understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad, 'cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick, and AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in, and human rights.
Understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad, 'cause that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick, and AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in, and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the legacy media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit. Less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? How we living? How y'all feeling today? Howdy, folks. Sorry for the rocky intro. I thought we would try a new dual stream setup, which in turn got all verklempt in the
How
process of
close to Spirit
launching.
Science sub goal, and do you stream on Tuesday or Wednesday?
How close are we to the Spirit Science sub goal? We are currently at 315 out of 500. So we are plugging away, getting closer and closer. Thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. Thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Oh, that's not... I rescind the thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Thank you to Iatagon for resubscribing over on Twitch for being the first person to support stream today. But I still thank you both equally. How y'all doing, folks? Also, if you have tuned in over on YouTube and it's vertical, but you want to see me in my usual horizontal proportions, you're on the wrong stream. Like if you're watching on your phone, then like you want to watch the vertical stream, we have a new setup for that. But they're two separate streams, just as an FYI. So I am now looking at 4 different chats. Also, Dead Domain, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, y'all.
Great, I have tomorrow off and I'm looking forward to watching Spirit Science tomorrow.
Hell yeah. I will probably be streaming later tomorrow, just as a heads up. Or maybe right around this time, possibly earlier
Third,
tomorrow,
that
I
means
guess.
something, right?
It does mean something in my heart. Jay's Doug? If I got that right? The Dougiest Jays we know. Hello, everybody. Hello, welcome. Come on in. We had a little bit of a bumpy time. But you've been shitified on YouTube? No! I did the opposite. I unshitified YouTube. If you're over on, if you're seeing the vertical stream, that's because I made an artisanal stream just for the vertical viewers. Okay? If you don't like the vertical stream, there's also a horizontal stream. You can watch it horizontal. You can get me horizontal, chat. Must be a sign. Hello! Addercop. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, Wire Sponge. Hello, Dark Liliana. I can get you what? Horizontal. But is there a dang diagonal stream? No, not yet. We don't have the technology. I'm watching in Rumble. God, I should also stream to Rumble for the lulz. I do think it would be funny. Hello, NB Femme Fairy. Hello, a Clark Vibe. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Insect Hoops on Lassie. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, May Fanny Longlegs. Hello, Brass Man. Hello, Jazz Doug. The jazziest Doug we know. Hello, Robber Adset. For Pride Month, stream on Rumble. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I am asterisk 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 zontal all day every day.
Hey, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Much appreciated. Welcome, folks. I feel like I need to switch to my phone because you don't. You could just switch what stream you're watching on your computer. There are 2 streams now. I'm doing double the streams instead of clicking the button on the horizontal stream to just awkwardly auto crop it to vertical. No! You walked over 5 miles today? Hell yeah! Twice the work, twice the donos. Fair is fair. True! That's a legal obligation you all have. You clicked the button without thinking when you came in here. Hello, Jenny! Ah! Hello! Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Yes, chaos from change, indeed. I don't know if this is a worthwhile change or not, but you know, if we find some new viewers,
don't you know
I might
you
keep
aren't
doing
supposed to cross the streams?
They aren't crossed. Well, okay, I mean, theoretically at some point they cross. But right now they touch. They just smooch. I exist at the point of smooching. Funny thing, I always like your streams or try to remember to. It's a habit now. Yay! Folks, remember to click the goddamn like button.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you?
I did. But also, my elliptical is squeaking in like an unsustainable manner, and I'm very salty about it. Excuse me. Also, Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. Oof. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $2 super chat. So are you a god then? Only as much as any of us are. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Universal Public Fiend, hello! Thank you! Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Damn it! You're right! Fuck! Fuck, I failed the test! Fuck! Alright. Okay, first, can we have a bit of unserious discourse?
Hopium for your viewing pleasure.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 super chat. What is this?
In Helldivers 2, players were once given a choice between a new weapon and saving children for no reward. Two planets were under attack. One had a huge stockpile of explosives, and saving it would unlock a new weapon. The other had children trapped on it, but came with no special gameplay reward. Most people expected players to choose the weapon because it was still just a video game. But instead, the community rallied behind one message: save the children. Players gave up the reward, rescued the civilians, and the developers were so moved that they made a real donation to a children's charity. Afterward, players...
Neat. Save the animals. Similar concept. Okay, let's dive into this. All right, we're gonna touch on some discourse. So, folks, I just wanted to talk about this because I've been thinking about it all day. Right. I really enjoy cooking. I like cooking a lot. I cook all the time. I like trying new recipes, all that kind of stuff, right? And all the time in the cooking communities online, people dunk on British food. Deservedly so. Okay? A lot again, the common refrain is you invade basically every country on earth to take their spices, and then you use none of it in your cuisine. It's crazy. Okay? And genuinely, it is crazy. But this video was making the rounds as like an example of bad British cuisine. And I want to talk about it. And I know that this isn't necessarily like, you know, the electoral politics takes you come here for, but it is, you know, the maybe geopolitics take you come here for, the socioeconomic politics takes you come here for. I don't know, but let's take a look here, okay?
Again? What you got today?
Everyone's been requested for carbonara, so I'm making carbonara.
Carbonara? What's in carbonara?
That's what you see, mate. Butter, as always, Lurpak.
Proper Lurpak today.
Proper Lurpak, mate.
Again.
Again.
Start with that onion.
Every time, onion.
Well, he doesn't start with it every time, but it says he does. Look at this skill for Stanley.
I've had like no sleep and all.
You know. Archie's up.
Okay, first of all, I do want to say, don't do that. Like, let me rephrase. If you must cook in your car, that's totally cool. I get it. I understand. But I do also want to say, don't use an like an X-Acto blade to cut your onions. That seems like a recipe to gouge yourself and have to go to the ER. All right, like don't do that. All right, but also deeply unsafe to cook on like a hot pad on your lap. But also, I understand, right? Like, what's like we watch this video and we can come to some pretty reasonable conclusions about what's happening here, right? And the conclusion I come to is that these are a couple of guys who have gone to a work site who either lack the funds to be able to like buy food locally or like do anything other than cook their own food, and so they're cooking it right there, right? Like that's what they're doing. Like they're just like they're on their lunch break cooking some food, and like honestly there's like nothing more, I don't know, human than that. I think that's really cool. I like it, you know. How also did they not take the peel off that onion? I genuinely, I was wondering that too. I don't know.
Except because Pedro's banned him from eating any snacks.
And I've had 0 hours sleep.
So 2 chefs on it now. This is for Gainer.
What?
Carbonara for Gainer today. Get that garlic. Nice and slicely thinned. Yeah. Smells lovely, that.
This is a right good to it, you know.
Yeah, I know. Look it.
Had a bath over the weekend.
He's had a bath over the weekend. His hands are immaculate. Got bacon in there. Oh, do you chop that up and all?
Yeah. Carbonara in there.
Alright, I don't know what's in that, mate. So Archie's sewing that up.
Archie's sous chef today.
Yeah.
And a couple of guys that are up to no good started cooking with a skillet in my neighborhood.
You know what? I watched the first few episodes of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air the other day. Not to get completely sidetracked. Thank you for the 5-tier-1 sub, Sake Tanuki. But that show really holds up. It's great.
So you get that pepper in there then.
Plenty of it like that.
I don't know what's in a carbonara, but apparently Ped does. Watch how he slices this pepper, watch. Go on, Ped. Watch this now. Opens it up like, I don't know, easy as. Makes it look easy. Guy sprinkles them in there. In it, Arch.
Unreal, innit?
Go on, Arch, spin that. Salt in this, because bacon's salty enough. No
Yeah,
salt.
a bit of pepper though.
Plenty of pepper.
Plenty.
Plenty of pepper and that.
Pep.
Ped with a pep.
Pep Guardiola.
Now, I will also say, this runs contrary to a lot of different things I've seen come out of English cuisine, which is that they are salting it, they are peppering it. Like there's a pepper in there. There's some garlic in there. Like this is a little bit more seasoned than your traditional English cuisine. Yeah, but it's fucked. You try making this in your car sometime, okay? Like, I'm actually very impressed.
Then you get that cheese in there, because obviously you have cheese on everything.
Everything, mate.
You know.
You know. But scissors best for this.
What, slice the thin then that?
Dude's got like a spice cabinet in his car glove box.
Yeah.
How long's that cheese been in there?
Over a weekend. 2 eggs in.
You put an egg in there?
Yeah.
Already?
Straight to parch.
How'd you crack them eggs?
Just like this, watch.
Skill that.
2 eggs in.
Yeah, but the egg will get too cooked.
Single cream in this one, people.
Well, I thought you normally go with double.
You get that then a double way.
A bit of double cream, single.
Oh, wow.
It smells unreal, doesn't it?
Turn it down, Arch.
But yeah, I was going to say it's melting me a bit.
Is Archie cooking this or you, Ped?
Pass it back, Arch, now, thank you. Rest.
That goes to rest now because it's done. Now what you on with? You got another pan? 2 pan Ped's back. Again? What you got?
Okay, so like, I understand that there's a lot of limitations here, but also I'm genuinely impressed. I think
Not
it's
today.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty neat to see. But like it keeps going here. And I just have to say people keep dunking on this as like British food. This is not an example of British cuisine. This is an example of you're poor and you have to make what you got. Right? Yeah, it wasn't what I would call carbonara either, but like it doesn't look bad, and I think that's really kind of the bar that they're trying to overcome, you know? Like let's make something better than just like shit tier gas station food, you know?
In there.
Why don't people trust Pedro, man?
I don't know.
No.
On second pan goes in tagliatelle. Tagliatelle.
Tagliatelle for this one, boys.
Is that how I say it?
Tagliatelle.
Is it?
Lovely.
What you got in there? Bit of garnish?
Basil in this one. Fuck, there's no in here.
Like he's fucking taking out basil, like he's actually seasoning it.
Ped with scissor hands his back. Bit of basil.
Only a bit.
Bit of Dijon mustard.
A bit of depth of flavour.
You're alright with that, Arch?
Stir it in, Arch.
You won't be able to taste it much, Arch.
Yeah, you will.
You will.
That tagliatelle's getting nice now.
Yeah, not
nice
far
and
off,
soft
nah.
and stuff.
Nice,
innit?
nah.
Nice and not
I don't
far
know
off.
the actual terms.
It's getting nice.
I don't know cooking
It's getting
terms.
nice.
Look at this teaming up and that.
Wow.
Is it warm now?
On it, boys. Any good, Ped?
You
As
want...
someone who doesn't eat
What you
fruit
doing
of any
now?
kind, my opinion is probably
Sounds
invalid
nice.
here. I am weird about food.
You don't eat any kind of fruit? I'm worried about you, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono, though.
Butter in it.
Bit of butter. Bit of pepper.
What, are you frying them?
So we're serving it up now.
What's that for?
Do you want this
How
one?
you saved it up, Ped?
There's a lot, that.
Yeah, look at this.
But yeah, you got to tip it.
Cheese sauce.
Wow, was that one mine?
Do you want this one?
Yeah, please.
Why do you keep holding your breath?
Drop some cheese in it, Arch.
I'm starting to hold my breath a bit when I watch him.
Oh, here.
What, you got in your pocket?
Alright, so all I gotta say is...
Ah. Sound.
Okay.
That doesn't look bad. This doesn't look bad. Like, it looks like if I was hungry in the middle of the workday, I'd eat that. Alright? Like...
Might be a carbonata, but looks solid for the boiled to hell turf island.
Yeah!
I'll eat it.
Like, I'm not here to defend British food, but what I am here is to defend the food of the working man, alright? Like,
As someone who has had to make
yeah.
struggle food, this looks great, lol.
yeah, like, this is genuinely, like, in the territory of, you know, like, I don't know, I feel like this is kind of like universal cooking. Like, this over here is like the kind of food that anyone in the world could make, and it's a solid meal. And I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. And I kind of hate all of the people that took the opportunity to like shit on British food using this as the example when like all they're really doing is being classist. You know? Like you're just hating on poor people. And like I don't know. I think that's pretty fucking gross to do. And I think that food, you know, as questionable as the preparation methods might be, like looks like it slaps. Like it's got some pepper in there. It's got some black pepper in there, bell pepper, black pepper. It's got like a couple eggs. It's got cheese. It's got noodles. It's got onions that have been like cooked down into nothing. It's got garlic. It's got basil. Like this is pretty legit. Yeah, like we got this going on while here in America, like kids are coming out of college eating boy kibble. Like, I don't know, this is better than boy kibble. It is legally food. Yeah, exactly. Boy what? Boy kibble. It's a thing. Here. Can we... Can we do... Yeah, here we go. Maybe not this one. Let's see. I want like a news... Here we go.
Forget girl dinner, men are now eating like dogs, literally. The viral boy kibble trend is taking over social media, and it's really simple. Ground beef and rice bowls. No frills, no fancy plating, just pure protein-packed fuel. Fitness fans say that they chow down up to 7 times a week to save money and pack on gains. Plus, it's cheap and easy. Some call it efficient, others call it sad, but nutritionists are saying it's probably a good idea to add some veggies to your boy kibble. So does it sound like a good meal to you? Let us know. And be sure to download Fox Local for live streaming news.
Does it sound like
Boy
food
kibble.
to you?
Concerning our
Oh, Futurama.
Would
Never
you do
change.
it for a boy kibble snack?
Look, I make like a good beef curry, and that beef curry is kind of like boy kibble but with extra steps. Not gonna lie. It's basically an egg roll in a bowl without the cabbage. Yeah, Fennec the Rabbit, exactly. I don't know. Look, hats off to those working class Brits, okay? You guys are great, unless you vote reform, in which case, go fuck yourselves. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep on going. Get organized. Join your local devs. Join your local DSA. Go check out ImageneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. I'm wearing it right now, and it's comfy and sexy as hell. Go check it out. ImageneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There, we did it. I mean, it's the same as my partner making a huge pot of chili or soup or stew and eating it on for a week for dinner. Yeah, except that like a lot of the boy kibble recipes are like unseasoned and gross. Chili is like an actual food. It's wonderful. Also, pro tip, red lentils in your taco meat. Change your life. All right. Anyway, I wanted to talk about that because, like, I don't know, I gotta stand up for my working class folks, you know? Also, I made a breakfast Wellington today. It was delicious. Highly recommend. On like a high fiber tortilla instead of like a puff pastry. It was very good. I make adult cereal, which is just a
One
homemade
of my
KFC
favorite
bowl.
simple
Hell yeah.
meals is a microwaved chicken patty covered in mustard.
That baffles me. You even included a picture. Nathan, I gotta be honest, I don't understand. I don't understand. But you know what? You like it, more power to you.
I know how to stop reform. Get Sargon to run as reform. It worked well for UKIP.
Yeah,
Wow.
look, that's all we need to do to fix British politics. Get Sargon to run in Reform and Labour at the same time. It's foolproof.
I've been asking for a schedule that works for me at work for 18 meters now. We got new schedules today, same as before, and I straight asked my manager why I should respect him if he can't respect me.
Yo, Lily loves stuff. Hell yeah. I hope that went okay for you.
Working class meals or walk-in class meals?
I mean, we should have walking class meals. Everyone should get walks and also know how to use them. The world would be a better place. Also, okay. So I'm looking at this experiment with both vertical and like horizontal, and right now it kind of seems like this isn't helping me at all. Like it isn't helping anybody at all. I I think YouTube just hasn't rolled out like the proper encoding functions yet for me. So I might just shut down the vertical stream. Yeah, I abandoned vertical pretty quick. But it's to get look, the entire purpose of the vertical stream was a honeypot to get new viewers, to trap them. How many viewers does the vertical stream have? Like 26?
Diagonal streams when?
You know, diagonal streams whenever Apple releases the iPhone, just the iPhone again, just the basic iPhone. They abandon numbers. Give it time to grow. It has gone down. Oh, whatever. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, the I slash. The I stands for italic. There we go. Isn't there some whack Linux shit you can do to get a vertical screen? Diagonal stream? Probably. I don't know. I don't know how this works. All right. You guys ready to go into our first story of the day? I have to order using my middle Indian name because if I don't, they never make it spicy. That's true. That's true. Okay. As always, no? Okay. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that Donald Trump is in decline. And you might be saying to yourselves, but Jack, we already know Donald Trump is in decline. You've talked about it a lot, and I have, but also it's getting more severe and it's getting more pronounced. And I don't know. Let's go through like the last 48 hours of his Truth Social experience, right? Like, let's just take a quick look at what's going on over there, all right? Let's just hop on over. Bada bing, bada boom, here we are. Truth Social. Look at this. Thank you to great patriot Selena Zeta for this wonderful article at the Washington Examiner. Expert miss Trump's endearing presence in American politics in Indiana races. What? All right. Hey, what's this? Trump administration actions to terminate green energy regulations. Awesome. Just page after page after page of dismantling, the entire apparatus that allows us to contain emissions from U.S. factories and machines, homes, etc. The emissions that go into the atmosphere and heat the planet, slowly killing us all. It's great. It's great stuff. But okay, it looks like he had simply retruthed this article 2 hours ago. So he's doing this thing where he's just like retweeting his best hits that he can remember from like a couple hours ago, thinking he's got a real banger on his hands, right? Then we've got his obsession with the reflecting pool. Small water area test at the reflecting pool, looking at the Lincoln Memorial, President Donald J. Trump. And it's just like, he's been talking about this reflecting pool a lot. Like a lot. Okay? And then he has this, the truth about war powers, declaring war, making war, the Constitution of the War Powers Act. Donald Trump, re-truthing Mark Levin over here, who's trying to argue that the War Powers Act doesn't actually stop the president from waging war. Like, which I want to remind everybody, the War Powers Act the War Powers is specifically given by the Constitution to Congress, not the president. But let's keep on going. Oh, look at this.
Trump may be in decline, but Netanyahu is in incline.
That was good. That was good, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Then we got this.
I'll be doing hopefully a very powerful tele-rally tonight for a friend of mine, Ed Galrain, who is a fantastic man, a fantastic hero, war hero, farmer from Kentucky. He's running against the worst congressman, in my opinion, worst Republican congressman in the history of our country. The guy's a total disaster, and you know who it is? Thomas Massie. He's the worst. So we have to get out and vote. We have to make sure that Ed gets there. I mean, Ed left the Republican Party because he couldn't stand Massie, couldn't stand watching him, couldn't stand how disloyal he was to your president.
Somebody needs to tell Trump the reflecting pool is not a swimming pool and requires different infrastructure.
It's true, Nathan. Thank you for the $5 dono.
He left the Republican Party, but he came back, and he came back strong. He couldn't stand Massie, and neither can I. A bad guy. So get out and vote. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye. Now, if that sounded weird and stilted, it's because he actually put out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these in a row. Let's watch the first one where he has the most energy.
I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. I'm in the Oval Office, and we're in a fight against the worst congressman in the history of our country. His name is Thomas Massie. He's from Kentucky. I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. He is so bad. Got an election coming up. He's running against a great guy, a great patriot, Ed Galrain. He's fantastic. But forget that. Massie's the worst congressman in the history of our country, always voting against Republicans and good values. So get rid of Thomas Massie.
Can I just say, like, he doesn't even know why he dislikes these people anymore. Like, he doesn't even, like, it's just Thomas Massie went against you, sir. Destroy him. Like, he doesn't know what issues are being discussed. He doesn't know what Thomas Massie is really voting on. He doesn't really know what's up anymore, And like, he's very clearly tapped out on energy because, well, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute, 7 minute. He recorded 7 minutes of talking, and he sounds absolutely exhausted.
Donald Slopman put out a whole EP of half *** electioneering.
It's true, Abyssal List. Thank you for the $5 dono. We also then have this. In Maryland, they sent out 500,000 illegal mail-in ballots and they got caught. So now they're going to send out 500,000 more mail-in ballots, but nobody knows what's happening with the first 500,000 they sent. In addition, many of these ballots went to Democrats, so any Republicans running in Maryland doesn't have a chance. This was done by the corrupt governor of the state, Wes Moore. He's allowed this to happen in order to make sure the Democrats win. It never made sense to me that Maryland was considered an automatic Democratic state, but now I see why. I'm sure this has gone on for years. I'm going to ask the Attorney General of the United States, the DOJ, to bring an immediate investigation into this situation, President Donald J. Trump. Now, if you're wondering, whoa, so they are sending like 500,000 more ballots out in Maryland? That sounds really corrupt. Except, I don't know, if that sounds a little weird and like just super illegal, we could maybe like take a look at like what this story's about, you know? Like, here's a local news source from Fox. Maryland State Board of Elections addresses mail-in ballot error. The Maryland State Board of Elections confirmed an error in some mail-in ballots, leading some voters to receive the wrong party for the gubernatorial primary election. As a precaution, the state is resending all ballots, regardless of whether you received the correct one initially. This affects anyone who has mailed a ballot before May 14th, 2026, or who received/requested their mail-in ballot by web delivery. So, this doesn't mean, oh, they're gonna count 500,000 votes twice for the Democrats in Maryland. That's not how this works. It's just 500,000 replacement ballots that can't be counted twice. Like, this isn't anything. This is a non-story. This is a clerical error that doesn't lead to double votes being counted. Like, the fact that he saw this and just assumed, oh, that means Democrats are going to have 500,000 more votes in Maryland. No. Absolutely not. And basically, even Fox News in Maryland is very confused about this. State Administrator of Elections for Maryland addressed Trump's comments regarding the mailing-in error. He stated, "First, I want to assure the voters and the public that no fake mail-in ballots were distributed. The wording in President Trump's post regarding Maryland's election seeks to mislead, sow distrust, and create misinformation." It's just lies. It's just lies. But more than that, I don't even think Donald Trump realizes he's lying anymore. I think he's just gone. He's unable to really interact with the subject matter anymore. Here he is retweeting Laura Loomer's interview with Thomas Massey's ex. Then you have here, I've been asked by the Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and the President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to hold off on our planned military attack of the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow, and that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made, which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as all the countries in the Middle East and beyond. This deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. Based on my respect for all the mentioned leaders, I have instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Daniel Kane, and the United States military that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go forward with a full, large-scale assault of Iran on a moment's notice in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached.
I finally understand mail-in. I watched this incredible documentary. Who's mail-in Palin?
I understood that reference. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. So, yeah, basically, Donald Trump here is just doing diplomacy via Truth Social. It's... I gotta be honest, it's genuinely insane. It's unhinged. But then we get to just very clearly intern posting, where he's talking about, look at all of these wonderful candidates. Look at them all. Wow, great candidates all across the United States. Wow, I really care about all these people, which I will list by name. I'll attack Thomas Massey. More candidates, 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 more candidates. Shitting on Thomas Massey in particular. And then we get to about 13 hours ago. And If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone, and arresting at the bottom of the sea, if their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Wall Street Journal, corrupt and now irrelevant CNN, and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They have gone absolutely crazy. Like, he's living in an absolute alternative reality where, like, he's just gone, guys. I don't know like who he is, but like every day he's getting a little bit further from Donald Trump and a little bit closer to Corn Cob. Also, all of the links on these in these endorsements go to this website, Swamp the Vote USA. And I just have to say, we have gone all the way from Drain the Swamp to Swamp the Vote. Like, he's literally running on the exact opposite messaging that got him into power in the first place. He's literally, we're no longer draining the swamp, we're swamping the vote. Which, I don't know, if you go with what the people assumed was meant the first time around.
We need to make lying illegal or something. SMH, this cannot continue.
We do, like, I do think we need to have some kind of accountability mechanism so that people in elected office cannot just go out and tell lies. There needs to be some kind of accountability mechanism. It's crazy that this is allowed to continue. But it gets worse somehow. Let's just see where it goes here, okay? All right, swamp the vote, 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 swamp the vote. All right, then we get to...
Ooh, beautiful reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. But in recent years, it's been neglected, and it's been really, really ugly, kind of swampy. People have found snakes in there. You know, kind of makes sense, right? Dirty, swampy, the swamp.
Yeah, almost like Washington, D.C. is kind of built in like a swampy area or something. I don't know.
Watch this piece of news going back a lot of years.
Then there's this. Folks snapping photos of the reflecting pool.
It's really sludgy up this end.
And what's in it?
It's disgusting. It's not right.
Algae.
It smells like wet dog down here, you know. When my dog came home from the stream, he always smelled like this, so it's gross.
The Lincoln Memorial...
If we get to voting the drain, we can finally come full Jordan Peterson man milk circle.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
Indeed, Saki Tanuki.
Twitch keeps trying to hide you from my feed, but I keep coming back.
I know, Eric McKetton, Twitch does not like my my channel. I don't know why, but they do their damnedest to suppress us over there. Wait, guys, you're about to hit the best part here.
Reflecting pool reopened at the end of August to great fanfare after a $34 million renovation that lasted nearly 2 years. But less than a month later, the famous pool of water is full of algae.
In other signs that things are falling apart, Florida is backtracking a little on their concentration camp, and the regime hasn't paid them for it yet.
Good. Also, fuck Florida.
Gosh, and that was in 2012. Who was president back then? Obama.
This guy, who was our president back then? Obama. That's right. Obama. He made the reflecting pool all dirty. He put all the algae there. It's true. It's true. He put all of it there. I can't. Like, the level of insanity being demonstrated. They put Obama in the water. But also, Donald Trump was president in 2016. Nothing different happened with the reflecting pool between 2012 and the time Donald Trump left office last time. Like, God. Okay, just real quick. Fine, we'll talk about this a little bit longer. Crew paints reflecting pool blue as Trump renovation continues. So, their method of fixing this pool, this reflecting pool, is to paint the entire bottom of it blue so that it looks more clean and is more of a swimming pool like visual. This is maybe one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. Oh god, it looks like they're just spreading like the urinal cakes across the entirety of the bottom. It's crazy, but this has become like a huge issue now. Yeah, look, they're just fucking painting it blue. It's crazy. Right?
Would go hard on the soundboard, also relevant to topic.
Oh god, what is this?
I'm a dirty boy.
No. I can't have that on the soundboard. Chat would go wild. But like, groups are now suing over this because yet again, I don't know if people know this, but Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States, which means it's very difficult to, like, change things without getting approval from the city, right? Or from various oversight boards. And Donald Trump is just going ahead and trying to do these things without the approval, which then allows for these outside groups to sue him, right? And like, basically every historian that looks at this thinks this is dumb as hell. Like, you are literally not supposed to be, like, looking at it and thinking, time to swim in it. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's not what a reflecting pool is. Also, Donald Trump sure does look like he's using this opportunity to pay off his buddies. Here we go. Facing pushback over reflecting pool fixation, Trump quietly changes his story. It's never been altogether clear why exactly Donald Trump began fixating on renovating the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, but like his beloved ballroom vanity project, it's not going smoothly. The endeavor is not only facing a new lawsuit, the price tag has climbed to $13.1 million, more than 7 times the original cost the president touted, as part of a no-bid contract that circumvented federal procurement laws for dubious reasons. So, this certainly looks like he's paying somebody off. And let's just take a look at the story around this that he gave. A few weeks ago, the president boasted in an official White House video about his direct hands-on role in choosing a contractor. Quote, I said, what we're going to do is I'm going to call all 3 of these people that have worked for me in the past doing swimming pools. And I said, give me a good price. Last week, he repeated the story in similar terms. Quote, I said, do me a favor, fellas. Go take a look at the reflecting pool that sits in between Lincoln and Washington. The beautiful, what should be beautiful, reflecting pool. And one of them who came back, who's really, I would say, the best, but they're all good. He came back, he said, what an exciting job, sir. On Tuesday morning, the president published a lengthy rant on Truth Social. Let's take a look at this rant. The failing New York Times, which is one of the worst newspapers anywhere in the world and is losing subscribers on an hourly basis, is now at it again. Just like they covered my landslide 2024 presidential election victory inaccurately and without shame, constantly making major mistakes and incorrect predictions at every path along the way, they are now trying to justify Obama and Biden's expensively botched attempt at fixing the long broken, unsightly, and unsanitary reflecting pool that now sits majestically between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial. They squandered at least $55 million haplessly trying with no chance of success to get the reflecting pool to work. Instead, they made it worse, keeping it closed for years, ended up with a leaking, smelling ode to both of their failed administrations. It was an embarrassment to Washington, D.C., and to our country itself. Despite the vast sums of money spent, they never got the pool to work, and cosmetic. What? They never got the pool to work. What does that mean? It's not made for people to go swimming in. It's made to look at and reflect. But okay. Now comes along Trump, who is asked by many patriots if I can fix it. The answer is a resounding yes, and for a tiny fraction of the cost. I worked with our now strong Department of the Interior and explained to them that we should view this as a highly sophisticated swimming pool, not the leaking, dilapidated facade, joints and all of a building. He literally thinks that it's a swimming pool, guys. He literally thinks it's a swimming pool. I can't. Yeah, this is the deflecting pool. Exactly, Josh says. Instead of taking 4 years to build at a cost, granite pavers and all, of $400 million, we could construct a far superior reflecting pool for $5 or $6 million and could complete the project in 2 weeks rather than 4 years. What a difference in time and money, and for a far superior result. That's not just a paint job, like low-life reporter David Fahrenholt of the New York Times so inaccurately and maliciously stated, and it is a deeply complicated work of smart and beautiful construction. It won't leak, it will shine, and be the pride of Washington, D.C. for decades to come. I saved more than $390 million and 4 years of mess, and was, of course, given no credit.
Reflecting would include thought. There is none happening here. Smiley face emoji.
No, he can't wrap his head around the idea of people wanting to contemplate, wanting to sit and think. He cannot conceive of it. So I didn't give out the contract. Interior did, to a contractor I did not know and have never used before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. So he's just he's lying somehow, right? And the question is, why? Why would he be lying? He told the story multiple times that he knew who did this. In fact, they had worked for him before and done his other pools. And instead, he's going out there and being like, well, I don't know her. She goes to a different school. But why? And I think that the question is fairly answered by the fact that he ballooned the amount of money he's paying to this contractor because he's doing something deeply corrupt, which isn't out of the ordinary for him. He just gave himself a $1.8 billion slush fund that he can use to pay himself and January 6 rioters who tried to overthrow the government. But, that's where we're at. Our president is just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But let's keep going, shall we?
Wow.
Tina Peters free at last.
All right, a couple more things. Back to January 20th of 2025, President Trump did this, right? He set the stage for this potential compensation fund, writing that executive order, issuing the pardons, great stuff.
Great stuff. I love it when criminals get compensated with billions of dollars. Greek energy minister Trump's trademark move with allies and adversaries alike is energy diplomacy. Oh, thanks for the retweet of Breitbart over here. Oh, here he is attacking Thomas Massie. Here he is with President Xi. Here he is threatening Iran. Here he is just posting AI slop of him on a space station. Also being 100 feet tall. Another Space Force. This looks terrible, by the way. Like, if you were actually in, like, a spaceship and you were seeing satellites getting blown up like this, you would be in so... You would basically be dead, right? Like, all of this debris is going to go out at the same speed it exploded out from. Like, the satellites. He would be getting, like, shattered to death by the shrapnel. Alright? But let's keep going. Oh, look! AI attacks on J.B. Pritzker. Thank you, President Trump. Drug overdose deaths are down. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think it is, though. You know what? I could actually check. Drug overdose deaths 2026. Do. Oh, look at that. Drug overdose deaths drop in the United States for third year in a row. Clearly, this can all be attributed to Donald Trump, who's been in office for a year and a half. Here he is with Xi. Here he is trying to make the argument that, like, the Iran excursion, which he compares to World War II, the Civil War, Vietnam, and basically a bunch of the United States wars. He's basically trying to say, look, it's not that big of a deal. We've only been there for 6 weeks, guys. Except, let's just take a quick look here. When did the U.S. attack Iran? Also, I thought we've been at war with Iran since, like, the 1960s, 1970s. Have we been at war the entire time, and this is, like, the longest war in U.S. history, or is that actually just bullshit? You know? Let's see. Also, we attacked them in February, on February 28th, which, you know, I'm not an expert on time, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but like about 10 weeks, actually. So this is actually not even representative of the actual amount of time we've been at war with them. It's almost double. Cool. More reflecting pool nonsense? What they do, AI garbage. What we do, also AI garbage. Hakeem low IQ Jeffries in his district. Like, this is just fucking racism. Like, he's just, like, guys, we are at, like, 24 hours. We're not even at, like, the 48-hour mark yet. Not understanding what Jim Crow is, or the meme format. And I gotta be honest with you guys, I can't explain this with any other explanation other than he's going crazy. There's no additional context to this, by the way. It's just he posted a buff alien in chains walking next to him. Let Gleep Glorp go. So, I guess my point here is that Donald Trump is going crazy. Like he's not okay. He's not remotely attached to reality. I mean, look at this meme of Gavin Newsom he posted. Like, he also threatened Venezuela. Like, Donald Trump has never been, like, a completely hinged man. But the amount of power he has, combined with, like, the absolute
Deporting illegal aliens
insanity on
though.
display. Deporting illegal aliens. But that's not what he's doing in that picture. Donald Trump doesn't personally deport people. Like, if he was intending it to be like Donald Trump is deporting an illegal alien, they would have had ICE. They would have had DHS. They're not doing that in that picture. Like, I don't know. Bing. They're doing the memes of the bing bing bong. Like,
how does Trump feel about the ice giant barbarians?
I don't know. I do not know. But, like, genuinely, we're one bad week away from him starting to talk about Hyboria. You know, we're so close to him doing like the Hibernian conspiracy. You know, like the Bing Bing Bong meme. They're now using as like a thing to say Bing Bing gone. This is some fucking manic bullshit, is what it is.
Consisting illegal aliens with illegal aliens is such a thing AI would do.
It's true, but I don't know that he's aware enough of what's happening around him. You know?
The brain rot requires a certain level of abstraction and interpretation in order to decipher.
But like, that's the thing. I don't think he is doing any deciphering. I don't think he's doing any thinking about it whatsoever. He's just going crazy. Like, it's genuine delusions of grandeur over here. Like, I mean, he's reposting all of the same AI bullshit slop. Democrats love sewage.
No, all McDonald does is crappy interior decorating, melting face emoji, and loading his britches.
I mean, part of the problem here, guys, is that, like, he doesn't just do that. He's also, like, sending our troops overseas to get shot at and killed and, like, also kill other people. You know? Like...
Beautiful.
Can we just, like...
Beautiful.
I voted to convict President Trump because he is...
Oh my God!
That's a real video he
You have to
posted.
decipher his rot because his brain is functional Swiss cheese at this point.
Well, that's the thing. Like, all of this is just... His brain is gone. His brain is gone and he's posting AI slop to fill in the gaps. Look at this. Look at this one.
Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire. Boom.
Just that video. No additional context. You know? He's posted like a dozen videos like that. Here's another one. He posted it.
Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire. Boom.
It's the same. It's basically the same video, but he really thought he was cooking and had to post it twice. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's take a look at this one.
Okay, we have it in our sight. Fire. Boom.
He thought he was cooking so hard that he posted this video and different variations of it 3 times. For Iran, the clock is ticking. They better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, President DJT. He's talking like a megalomaniacal villain who's like going to wipe out all life on Earth if his demands aren't met. It is all horse shit all the time from this guy. Yeah, he's M. Bison posting, exactly.
Of course!
Is this what our politicians are going to be like from now on? No! It doesn't have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. We do not have to settle for vile, egotistical maniacs for the rest of our existence. How is this real? It feels like we're trapped in a shitty movie. It does. And the problem is, in order for us to escape the shitty movie, we have to reconnect ourselves with reality, with real life, with our communities. Like, if you are feeling like a dreamlike dissociation from what's happening right now, there's only one solution, and that is to organize, to get organized with folks in your community. It is to go to meetings, talk with people, get to know one another, and show up for one another. If you need help getting started, we can help you join your local Dems. We can help you join your local DSA. Make your Democrats more progressive. Kick out those corporate assholes who are ruining everything and taking money from lobbyists, okay? Join your local DSA and organize labor in your community. Organize working folks. Like, it's vitally important that we do this, guys, because if we don't, there's an army of crazies who think this guy is literally the second coming of Christ who are organizing instead. And if you cede that ground to them, they will take everything from you. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help getting started, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. Subscribe, and also check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, it is sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Unfortunately, the real trick is going to be reconnecting our fellow citizens with reality. I mean, I think the economic crash that we're currently living through is going to do that.
This made me smile a little.
What's this?
Lawrenceville, Georgia, an independent.
You know what? Maybe we'll tack this onto the segment.
Good morning.
Morning,
Congressman,
Roger.
you're smart. Good morning. I know you're a smart guy, former educator. Why do you guys continue to parrot Trump's crazy Fox News talking points when I know you have to know right from wrong? There's just no way everyone...
Well, give us an example, Roger. Give us a specific example.
For example, the 9% inflation under Biden. You know that was COVID. Like, come on. Gas prices. Presidents don't affect gas prices unless they're stupid enough to start a war in the Middle East. Okay? So Trump, Biden, neither one of them controlled it. It had to do with starting wars, and that's why we're dealing with these gas prices. And you know your own intelligence said there was no way they were close to a nuclear weapon, but yet you come on TV and you say the same thing, and you guys only find a spine when you're saying you're going to retire. Come on. I know you have to know better.
Well, let's get a response. Congressman Herodopoulos.
Well, it's always nice to have strong opinions. They might not be backed up with fact, but it's nice to have some strong opinions. Look, all I can say is gas prices went down dramatically because we're producing more oil. We're creating those new opportunities around the world. Venezuela is going to help us in the long term. But the threat of Iran is real. And you don't have to listen to me or President Trump, Roger. Listen to people like the senator from Connecticut. The Democrat, Murphy, was talking about this very issue just a few months ago. People on MSNBC were saying that the president wasn't tough enough on Iran. Now they're switching lanes. It's called politics. We really believe that a nuclear Iran is a true threat. They obviously were trying to upgrade their...
God, it is genuinely sickening to me to see someone peddle the same fucking lies that got us into, like, Iraq all over again. The same fucking lies that got us into Iraq in the first place. The exact same shit all over again. The amount of rage these people deserve is, you cannot state it. Fuck, man. It is infuriating. I guess we didn't finish watching.
Uranium to create a weapon, and they've been lying for years now, as we found out that they have the ability to fire missiles over 2,000 miles away. I consider that a major threat, where it's a short-term challenge, but it'll be a long-term success for America and the world if we take these folks out of the ability to project power.
We'll go to Roger.
God. Like, when I talk about the need for us to dismantle the entirety of the Republican Party apparatus, this is what I mean. Like, this guy is smart and is willfully lying. He is openly spreading bullshit on purpose. God. Yes, Banana Brains, I already did a segment on that about a month ago. Let's see. My bad. No, it's okay. I'll re-up the video and do the things. Make sure people know about it before the end. All right. Well, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, and consider
Trump
supporting
is
the
the Bush
show.
Sequel, MAGA is the Confederate sequel, and from what I know, sequels usually don't live up to the original. These people will ruin the country if not stopped. Organize people.
It's true. It's absolutely true. They will take as much as they can get until they are punched on the nose. You know, politically. Yeah, I'm gonna prep a segment on this tomorrow, but Donald Trump has basically been caught dead to rights doing insider trading since right before the election, or right after the election,
The
rather.
mistake the caller did was to treat the obvious backing of lies with confusion rather than contempt. They know, they have always known.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like, the question is whether or not their responses are believable to their audience. But like, Donald Trump has very rarely in the past done stock trades. Ever since he got into office, or was preparing to get into office this time around, he has been trading at an exponential rate. He is literally trading off of the presidency. And like, I gotta be honest, guys, part of my need to be able to like slow down and prep that segment is because I'm very angry. I'm very angry, and I need to make sure I choose my words carefully. All right, Jayla's World, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. And Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Okay. Let's talk about Cuba. You guys ready? Oh, wait, first I need to click the button. Do the click the button song. Click the like button if you haven't, and click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Nocturnal, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. And also, folks, how we doing? Let me take a look at our number of likes. Okay, so chat, I'm taking a look right now, and we have approximately 350 some people watching over on YouTube.
In school we used to call multiple choice tests multiple guess or educated guess, well stocks or just educated gambling, and Trump usually stays away 'cause he dumb as hell.
Folks, hit that like button. Only 182 of you have liked. I think we can get 250 easy. All right, 250. That's your goal. Hit that like button. All right, folks, be slacking. Are you a liker or a non-liker?
I think it'd be funny if you did the segment and then edited words or sections in a very obvious way, like clearly redubbing stuff, smiley face emoji.
I do think that could be fun. Sheba, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. And Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated as well. And also, my God, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. All right. Here's a short video about how many people aren't voting. Now we got to get to content. We got to hit the ground running, all right? You are real American, the rest are international joke. True! All Americans are international jokes, except me, the one real American. I'm a licker. I don't support Resident Evil enemies in this house. All right. Let's take a quick look. Okay. Spirit science will be tomorrow. I am determined. Hell yeah. I think we might make it. We might make it. All right. You guys ready? We're going to jump into our next segment. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that Donald Trump, senile, incompetent beyond reason, dementia-addled beyond the measure. Number one, just had to go into Walter Reed the other day, apparently on another, yet another annual trip for his annual physical. Weird how he's had to go like 5 times over the last month or so. But you know, I'm sure he can name more zoo animals. I bet he can do it under duress. Now, I have to tell you guys, it's really, really scary that this madman has his finger on the nuclear codes. He has the ability to order a military, seemingly without any congressional oversight whatsoever, to wage war against countries at the drop of a hat. And, well, you know, just as an FYI, and I've talked about this a little bit in previous weeks, there has been a ramping up, gradual but consistent, in rhetoric from the Trump administration targeting Cuba, as well as a tightening of the blockade. Oil, for example, has largely been not allowed to be shipped to Cuba. Their entire economy right now is limping along in shambles due to lack of oil. And there is... I gotta be honest, a lot of the signs are indicating that since Donald Trump is so dissatisfied with how Iran has gone, he is now turning his attention towards Cuba in order to try and both restore his own status as well as fulfill some, you know, wish list items from people like Marco Rubio. Right? And I mean, this ran just today in Politico. Yes, Trump might really attack Cuba. So I don't know how many of you had Bay of Pigs 2 on your lists, on your bingo scorecard, but we're getting awfully close here. This is from one of Politico's senior foreign affairs correspondents. Let's take a quick look here. The Trump administration has been dancing around the question of whether it will carry out military strikes against Cuba. I'm told it is increasingly willing to take such a step. That's a significant escalation from a few months ago, when officials were primarily focused on using economic and diplomatic pressure to squeeze the communist regime in Havana. Because one of the things that was happening, and we've seen happen, is, of course, the blockade on oil. And that, in turn, has led to domestic crisis in Cuba. And what the Trump administration was hoping would be that this would foment some kind of internal revolution, pro-capitalism revolution against the government of Cuba, and that has not really materialized. And instead, what we've now seen, the last I talked about Cuba on stream, reconnaissance flights and drone movements around Cuba had massively increased from the Trump administration. And so that really got me worried. And that's what gives a lot of credence to what's happening here now. A U.S. official and a person familiar with the administration's discussions on Cuba told me that President Donald Trump and his aides have grown frustrated with the U.S. pressure campaign, which includes starving the island of fuel, but not led Cuba's leaders to agree to significant economic and political reforms. So they're taking the military option more seriously than previously. How dare they not fold immediately under any kind of pressure? Last week, news broke that the U.S. is moving forward with indicting former Cuban President Raul Castro, the 94-year-old brother of late Cuban dictator Fidel Castro. So, essentially, what this might look like, right, is not necessarily a full-fledged invasion of Cuba, but rather tactical bombing of different sites across Cuba, as well as, much like with Venezuela, an attempt to send in an armed team to extract a 94-year-old man from Cuba. So, yeah, basically Donald Trump is just chasing after that high from Venezuela where they got Nicolas Maduro. I gotta be honest, guys, this is not great.
That any U.S. military action against Cuba would lead to a, quote, bloodbath, and one with incalculable consequences for regional peace and stability. Diaz-Canel issued the warning in a post on X and added that, quote, Cuba does not pose a threat. His post follows an Axios report published a day earlier citing classified intelligence that said Cuba had acquired more than 300 military drones. The report said Cuba had discussed plans to use them to attack the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, U.S. military vessels, and Key West, Florida. But Cuba said the U.S. was fabricating a case to justify potential military intervention. In Havana, some residents said they would resist any attack.
I know for a fact that Cuba is a strong country. The Cubans are very brave, and we're not going to back down. If they come, they'll have to fight, because Cuba will fight back. That's what I can tell you. My country, whether we're hungry or not, no matter what, will fight back. They'd better not come, because there's going to be a fight, you see.
Another resident said he supported talks between the U.S. and Cuba.
There must be an agreement between the two sides to talk and negotiate whatever they want, and Cuba must also enforce its laws. Do you understand? But they shouldn't invade.
Also, shout out to this guy at the back who's showing how strong he is by lifting up that box.
Its laws.
Full of, like, fruit? Apples, maybe? I don't know.
Do you understand? But they shouldn't invade Cuba. Cuba will defend itself at all times, but it will never hand over the country.
I just love the human impulse to, like, see a camera and show off for it. Like, it's great. It's wonderful.
It will never hand it over. Do you understand?
Cuba has come under increasing strain since the United States cut off its energy supplies after arresting the president of its then ally, Venezuela, in January. Tensions between the two countries have risen sharply in recent days. Reuters reported last week, citing a U.S. Department of Justice source, that prosecutors plan to indict former Cuban leader Raul Castro over Cuba's 1996 shooting down of 2 planes operated by a humanitarian group.
Yeah, so can we just pause for a moment and focus on the fact that the United States is trying to leak classified intel to Axios to talk about how Cuba has 300 drones? A whole 300 drones, everybody. How many drones does the US have? The United States operates over 1,000, over 16,000 drones. And honestly, that seems pretty low, especially considering this official press release from the Department of War last year. War Department asks industry to make more than 300,000 drones quickly and cheaply. Oh no! They have 300 drones! Oh no! This is like when one of the charges against Nicolas Maduro was that he had machine guns. And it's just like, yeah, so? He was the leader of another country. I would not be surprised if every world leader owned at least, didn't own at least a few guns. Like, this is like saying, oh no, everybody, the Vatican got its hands on 10 AK-47s. Time for us to invade the Vatican. Oh no! Did you know that in Mexico they have access to pistols? We just realized that they have access to handguns in Mexico. Time to invade Mexico. Like, this is insane. This is just like an insane bullshit excuse to try and fabricate some kind of military intervention against Cuba. And, like, there's no reason. There is no pretext. There is no threat posed by Cuba to the United States. Did you know that in Vatican City, there's a man who wields the power of an almighty God? That he cannot be allowed to live. A man who can wield the force of a quintillion nuclear weapons in the palm of his hand. He cannot be suffered to live. We must launch an entire operation to free Vatican City. Like, it's just ludicrous. It is some psycho nonsense coming from the United States government as a matter of policy. One of Cuba's #1 exports is doctors. It is insane. It is bullshit. And, like, frankly, if any of the people you know are falling for this, you owe it to them and to yourself to just point out this is absolute nonsense. We cannot be like, oh, well, theoretically, the Pope might have a golden blessed Glock. And if we, he might use it to attack a military base. Like, it's just, do not give this any amount of credence whatsoever. No amount of credence whatsoever. Those handguns aren't registered. Send in the SEALs. Did you know that Antarctica and the Arctic regions, where people are believed to not be able to inhabit, did you know that some of those rocky islands, they have their own Navy SEALs? They'll even fight for free or for fish. They cannot be suffered to live. God, it is wild living in the heart of just like the evil imperial power. And like other countries around the world, here's the BBC. Other countries around the world like reported accurately. Like Cuba accuses US of building fraudulent case for military action. Because like, yeah, it's bullshit. They can't even like have their cars operating. You think they pose an actual threat with 300 drones? Oh yeah, we got our hands on 300 drones. Time to attack the US Navy. That'll go well. Like, come on. Get your head out of your ass and actually understand how the world works. Let's take a look at how local news is handling this story.
Cuba's government appears to be disputing a report it poses a drone threat against the U.S.
I guess not local news, CBS Morning News.
Axios yesterday reported Cuba has acquired more than 300 military drones. According to that outlet, Havana is discussing plans to launch an attack on the U.S. military base
I know you
in
probably
Guantanamo
muted
Bay.
Donos, but I wanted to say Nick Shirley going to Cuba was a sign of things to come.
Nick Shirley got the secret intel about the drones. You know, he didn't really understand what was going on, but you know, he got the real intel somehow. Like maybe he tripped on, I don't know, a piece of trash and fell down like a ladder and woke up with the intel in his hands.
After that was released, Cuba's foreign minister accused the U.S. of building a fraudulent case to justify sanctions and potential military action. We should note the foreign minister did not directly reference the Axios report we just discussed. But Mark Caputo can tell us what's going on. He's the Axios White House correspondent behind that reporting. He's also a CBS News contributor. Mark, good morning. Thanks for being with us. Tell us about what you found regarding drones, and what do you make of Cuba's statement on potential military action that came out a short time after your reporting?
Well, first off, Cuba's not denying it has drones. The United
Why would they do that?
Clerics can use slings, and Glocks are just more technologically advanced slings. So why shouldn't the Pope have access to the holy Glock of Chalcedon?
Indeed, Netanyahu, impeccable logic. But I want, like, did you know militaries have weapons? Did you know that in 2026, like, children fly drones these days? Like, I don't know, this would be like, this just in. Haiti has Atari 2600s for use in the military. Like, okay,
has weapons?
yeah, of course.
Next, you're gonna tell me that a bar has beer, or that an arcade has games, or worst of all, that a republic might have a vote.
Indeed, Red Rudy. I might just talk about the value of democracy.
States intelligence agencies say it has as many as 300 or acquired them since 2023 or so, midway through Biden's last term, or Biden's only term. As for what the intelligence agencies say they found, is that after the toppling of Nicolas Maduro and the rapprochement between the United States and Venezuela, the U.S. began learning about the drone program, the drone acquisitions of Cuba. They say, as I said, it's about 300. They don't have exact numbers. They say these are stashed throughout the country. And
they're stashed throughout the country. The U.S. on a whim requested 300,000 to be manufactured, in addition to the thousands we already have. They're stashed around the country. My blood pressure is spiking so hard. This is so infuriating. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. What is this? Oh, God. Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. My day be so fine. Amnesia, Bay of Pigs. That's good. That's some good shit right there. Thank you very, very much.
That Cuba has looked in recent weeks to acquire more, mainly from Russia. These are from Russia and China. In these discussions that the United States says it has overheard or intercepted, the Cubans have talked about various targets to use, mainly in case there is a U.S. invasion, which is...
Oh! Oh, that's a really key bit of info here. So it's not as the Trump administration is portraying in case, of a dastardly attack by the devious and duplicitous Cubans. It's if the United States attacks them, how they would plan to retaliate in order to assure some kind of military response, as opposed to just keeling over and dying, I suppose. Okay. Oh, God. Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I heard the Holy See is just a giant oil reservoir. That pointy hat is clearly made of illegal drugs. Time to freedom the Vatican. Yeah, freedom isn't something you believe. Freedom is something you do with a gun.
An understandable concern of Cuba's because the United States posture has become increasingly hostile toward the island. Now, President Trump hasn't ruled out invading the island, nor has he ruled it in. Those are part of active discussions. But what's pretty clear right now is the United States is sending a message to Cuba saying, we know that you have these capabilities. We know that you've discussed hitting these targets for one reason or another. And so therefore, it's sort of time to make a deal. The United States has been trying to get Cuba to have a free country, free elections, free political prisoners, the right for labor to organize, and also land that had been seized by the revolution to be returned.
When did the U.S. become the villain? This is so sad.
God, yeah, we want land seized by the revolution to be returned to its rightful private owners. You mean the land seized from fucking plantation owners? Yeah, we got to make sure all those plantation owners get their land back. No, fuck that. Fuck you. God, it's genuinely okay, we won't invade you if you put back your slavery system. All right? What war? Only excursions here? Oh, that's right. I forgot. No war, only excursion. Donald Trump hasn't gone to war in this term. Sure, he bombed another country literally today. Let's just see here. What was it? Past 24 hours. Oh no, he bombed Nigeria several days ago. My bad. Time is difficult to track these days.
To U.S. businesses and U.S. companies since basically 1959, and the Cuban government has refused. What's different now over these years is that Cuba's economy is in shambles. It's in really rough shape, and it doesn't look as if the Trump administration has any intention of backing off.
Right, we know they've had fuel shortages, which have led to long-term blackouts there. And in the background of all this, sources tell CBS News the U.S. is trying to indict Cuba's former president, Raul Castro. Is the U.S., I guess, perhaps doing that in a way to have leverage in these negotiations?
That's a great question. It's clear that the United States is doing this to put more pressure on the regime. Now, whether it works or not is another matter. Raul Castro was, 92 or so? I should know his exact age, and so I apologize for having forgotten at the moment. And this would be for an alleged crime that happened in 1996. That was the shooting down of 2 rescue aid planes from a group called Brothers to the Rescue that were based in Miami that were dropping supplies to rafters who were fleeing Cuba after the last period where Cuba's economy really started to spiral down in the mid-90s after the collapse of the Soviet Union when it lost its patron state in Russia. Since then, the Cuban government had sort of recovered by...
Worth noting.
America, home of the free unless you have oil, home of the brave unless you are held to equal standards, home of democracy unless you're a leftist.
Worth noting, by the way, that the Brothers to the Rescue organization was founded and headed by a man who claimed in court to be a CIA operative. Just, as an FYI. So, just something to be aware of on that one.
Establishing close ties with Venezuela.
Like, the reason Cuba fired upon these planes is because the Cuban government considers Brothers to the Rescue to be a terrorist organization run by the CIA.
Which was supplying it with oil. Some of that oil Cuba used for free, the other oil it sold on the market, but now that's gone as well. So in the meantime, the Trump administration and Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, have opened high-level talks with Cuba's leaders, including the grandson of Raul Castro, Raulito Castro. How this indictment, if it is handed down, it looks like it's going to be Wednesday, will affect those talks or the ability to sort of effectuate change is a big open question. It does look as if the United States is probably less interested in believing that it can force a deal or deal makers to come to the table than it is just increasing pressure and increasing pressure and increasing pressure.
Well, Raul Castro, you were close. He's 94, and he's got his 95th birthday 2 weeks from Wednesday.
God, oh God, oh God, oh God. I just realized the Trumpiest thing that could possibly happen is that the Trump administration has planned an extraction for Raul Castro's birthday. I feel like this is maybe one of my stupidest predictions, but if I had to predict something, I'm just going to say it. I think they might try and extract Raul Castro on his birthday. Like, the Trump administration is that level of petty. Happy birthday, boyo. Now get in the chopper. When's his birthday? 2 weeks from Wednesday. They're having, like, high-level discussions on Wednesday when they hand down that indictment. And then 2 weeks from that is the is Raul Castro's birthday. I don't know anything for certain here, but I do know that, like, these talks are not going to de-escalate the Trump administration. And historically, what the Trump administration has done when, meeting other nations for talks is to weaken, especially other nations that are subject to, like, American aggression, like Cuba, is to use talks as a cover to make guards be let down and then take aggressive action. So, fuck, I hope that doesn't happen. Let's take a look at the local news reporting, because I am interested in how this is being spun for folks locally in Florida.
Tension between the U.S. and Cuba is rising amid reports that Raul Castro, Cuba's 94-year-old former president, may soon face indictment. Word is Washington is preparing that indictment. It would require confirmation by a grand jury and appears tied to the 1996 downing of 2 small planes belonging to a Cuban exile group, Brothers to the Rescue. The aircraft, which had been searching for rafters fleeing across the Florida Straits, had flown over Havana to drop leaflets when they were intercepted by a Cuban jet. Well, now the communists...
Also, a lot of the reporting does tend to leave out the fact that these particular planes were flying over Havana. That would be like if an enemy nation had planes flying over Washington, D.C. Just like as like a point of reference here. Like, this would be North Korea flying a aircraft over Washington, D.C. And, like, how do you think that would go for that North Korean aircraft? Not very well. It would not go great. It's so
Only
silly.
the dead truly experience life. Trump made $375 million in business and $4 billion since inauguration. Irish Catholic boy XXX.
It's truly disgusting. The level of like corruption the Trump administration is undergoing right now, that Trump's finances are undergoing right now. Like, I haven't even dived into the story about like his roughly 1.8 1.77 whatever $billion slush fund that he just gave himself with no congressional oversight. Not to mention the fact that he's like his like peace like extravaganza, I forget what it's called, the peace group that he formed for the Middle East has him as the chair and like also presides over billions of unaccountable dollars.
That's on the level of leaving out that Trump had sexual relations with children alongside his best friend Epstein from all coverage.
It's true. Like, I don't know. The Epstein survivors just testified in Congress like last week, and it's barely been a blip. God.
Led island state just 90 miles off the coast of Florida is getting ready for the worst. Joining me on the morning show, Lindsay Lizopoulos-Friedman, an attorney with Holtzman Vogel. She represents individuals against the Republic of Cuba and took part in investigations of corruption by the Cuban government. Good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
So, Lindsay, the U.S. is going to need a grand jury to get that indictment, but that shouldn't be the difficult part. To offer some perspective, would it be the same type of indictment that led to the capture of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, in your estimation?
Well,
God, I can't wait until I see every single Republican in Trump's administration, like, put on trial for, like, being complicit with, you know, like, murdering random people in boats in the Atlantic and the Pacific. Like, violating, like, the Constitution on a near daily basis. I don't know. It'd be nice to see some kind of justice in the world.
At this point, all options are on the table. The indictment against Maduro focused on narco trafficking. Here, what we could see against the Castro regime could possibly include narco trafficking, money laundering, and certainly, as you already mentioned, the murder of the Brothers to the Rescue down planes. And certainly that is going to be at least a focal point, if not truly what drives this indictment. The Southern District of Florida has for decades, it's been no secret, been investigating the regime and investigating possible charges to bring. You know, the indictment against Maduro was actually brought back in 2011. It wasn't unveiled until 2010, as we call it, unsealed. And then, of course, the arrest happened just a few months ago. So this indictment has probably been in the works for a long time as well, Bruce. And I would imagine that at this point, the U.S. government has likely already obtained that indictment in order to be.
I mean, I would have to say, definitionally, it's been in the works for a very long time, since like 1996, right?
Where we are in this pressure campaign.
Look, it's no secret the U.S. has been pushing for change in Havana, either the fall of the current regime or at least the opening up of the economy to U.S. interests. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who, by the way, is Cuban-American, said, "I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge." And President Trump made it clear he wants to, his words, take over the country. Lindsay, Cuba's said to be preparing for the worst, and even though they're enduring 20-hour blackouts there because of energy issues, is the U.S. underestimating their resolve to defend themselves?
Do you think that if we attacked them, they would defend themselves? Like, I have to be honest with you. The level of just insulated lack of understanding from people in the United States about how getting attacked works for other countries, I don't get it. Like, that guy's old enough. He remembers 9/11. Hey, what happened after 9/11? Did the United States surrender to Osama bin Laden? Is that how the 9/11 worked? No? Oh, it actually like strengthened the resolve of the United States to like engage in like a massive war and occupation that killed hundreds of thousands of people. Oh, okay. Like, what winds up happening when you attack another nation is that it strengthens their resolve to defend themselves and to project that defense outward as much as possible to prevent themselves from getting attacked again. It's nuts. TaffyBot, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you.
Absolutely not, Bruce. It's really just the reality that the murderous Castro regime is underestimating the will and drive of the United States and the Cuban.
I don't think that's true at all. Like, out of any place on the planet, Cuba is keenly aware of the asymmetrical
This is just like
nature
France
of
in the
any conflict
1930s.
with the US.
With incoming German invasion, they had to prepare themselves for the worst.
God damn it, Saki.
This is what you're talking about.
I just have to say, right, like I'm not gonna click that right now. But like, no, the Castro regime is underestimating us. They have known that the US wants to invade them for like the last 100 years. Like, they've been keenly aware. Not 100 years, I'm exaggerating for effect. But like, since the Cuban Revolution, the threat of a US invasion has been like the #1 threat to the existence of the Cuban state as it exists right now. So like, we've tried it before. We've like tried like 56 times to kill like Fidel Castro. Like, the number of assassination attempts, the number of attempted overthrows of the Cuban government, like, Cuba is certainly not underestimating the United States. They are well aware that the US possesses incredibly advanced technological capabilities. But like, they will dig in and they will defend themselves, and it would be very surprising to me if like the entire country of Cuba was not riddled with bunkers from which they could defend themselves. It'd be incredibly surprising to me if like the entirety of Cuba wasn't effectively one gigantic bunker to resist any attempt to put boots on the ground in Cuba.
American diaspora. That's a diaspora that is incredibly involved in the United States. They have been incredibly productive, industrious. Even as you just mentioned, our own Secretary of State is Cuban American, which shows just how hardworking and far that diaspora has come. You know, the regime is in its death throes, Bruce, and that's what we saw over the weekend. The latest news is that there are drones, over 300 drones that the Cuban regime has.
300 drones. Imagine how many attacks they could make with those. At least 300, Bruce.
Which of course could reach Florida. And that is news that the Cuban regime leaked because they are desperate. And there's a huge difference between the regime, who is desperate to keep its death grip on power, and the Cuban people, who are desperate and, as you said, suffering during this humanitarian crisis. So I don't think that there is an underestimation at all. I think really we are coming to a head where the regime is completely losing its ability to maintain that death grip.
Implications for Cuban Americans?
I think that the implications for Cuban Americans are very hopeful. I think that they are concerned about family members there, but they are hopeful for a free and open economy where they could better support their family members and where we would see a lessening of the humanitarian crisis. And of course, a resolve or a lessening of the tension and the possible national security threats that Cuba truly does create for the United States.
So Cuba, as I mentioned, is just 90 miles off Florida's coast. What's Florida's stake in all of this?
Florida's stakes could not be greater, both for positive and negative reasons. On the positive on the positive side, as we just said, Florida really is right there. It's 90 miles away. It is the gateway for Latin America. It's the cultural and business capital for Latin America. So opening up Cuba creates an incredible opportunity for trade, for
free market expansion, Bruce. Free market expansion. All right. So all I'll have to say here is, like, I do think that there is perhaps some good indications that there is going to be, like, some kind of military action against Cuba, in addition to perhaps an extraction of Raul Castro. You've got a statement in El País International, right, from Jorge Mas, who is portrayed in this piece as anti-Castro leader in exile. And he says, what Trump did with Venezuela works there, but it won't work in Cuba. Right? And so part of what he's saying there is effectively, like, if the United States tries to invade Cuba, any kind of military action there is not going to work. And so what he's trying to push for is some kind of, like, agreement with the current Cuban government that will transition it to a free market society. And, like, I don't think that's going to happen either. But let's just take a quick look here. Better known for his wealth and his sporting and his business ventures than for his political involvement, the apparent imminence of change in Cuba has drawn Mas, who has never set foot in Cuba but hopes to do so soon, into a process in which he says he is aligned with and working alongside the U.S. government. Everything is moving very fast. We are talking about months, he warns. How many months? It could happen from one day to the next. I estimate before the end of the summer. Maybe not even that long. We will see changes within weeks. The situation is unsustainable. The system does not work. Cuba is a failed state, incapable of providing its citizens with basic things, food, electricity, water, let alone opportunity, dreams, work, a future. And so he thinks that there is going to be some kind of regime change operation, though whether it is going to be a worsening of the blockade around Cuba, because right now Mexico's ships can go through, certain Russian vessels have been allowed through, but that it is very, very limited. And so we've got folks waiting in the wings in this case, working with the US government to try and overthrow the Cuban government. And, you know, while this guy is not saying violence would be successful, he's also not saying that the Trump administration has ruled it out. So, genuinely, look out for Bay of Pigs too, okay, folks? We're in wackadoo nonsense crazy times, and the Trump administration is doing everything it can to try and recapture Venezuela, that Venezuela high, try and go back and play the popular hits, but it's not going to work. It is not going to work. And I'm really, really worried about what will happen if the United States does in fact try this. I'm so tired of this shit. Yeah, it is exhausting. But folks, remember, it doesn't have to be this way. Get involved with your local political organizations. Get involved with your local Democrats. Get involved with your local DSA. Make your Democrats more progressive. Kick out those corporate shills. You know? There's no reason anyone who is in the bank for lobbyists should have any place in your local democratic process, in your local Democratic Party. There's no reason folks shouldn't be organizing alongside labor in their local DSAs. Make your DSA more effective. Make your Dems more progressive. Help them stand for working class values. If you need help getting started, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, it is sexy lingerie that is non-tucking. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, and link down in the description so for your ease of access. Go check it out. And with that, let's keep on going. Whew! We did it, folks. We did it. We made it through. Made it through another segment. Do I know about Project Northwoods? No. That keyboard is crazy. I like it a lot. It's pink. It's cute. Shit about to get real when the hair comes down? Sometimes. Wars need logistics. The Bay Pigs had no support. True. All right. You guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do the things. We've hit like the 2 hour. We're at 2 hours 18 minutes. Okay? If you've been enjoying the show, getting anything out of today's show, click that like button. Here you go. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
This is the video I
Click the button.
earlier. I
Click the
know
goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
job of
Click
representing
the
the
button.
argument.
Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. There we go, folks. Thank you, everyone, hitting that like button. Look at us. We are 5 likes away from hitting 250 likes. I knew you guys had it in you. And we have currently right now watching 360 people over in YouTube. We could hit 250 so easy. Let's go. Let's go. That's not even talking about the 83 people watching over on the vertical or the 127 people watching over on Twitch. Go hit that like button. Do the things. Appreciate all y'all. Whew. Hair down was a bad choice. It's really hot. It's really hot in here. It got so hot. I miss winter time. I am, however, going to open my door and take a bathroom break because the medication I take makes me pee a lot. So I will be right
Jack
back.
Let's Date, calendar emoji, 2 hearts emoji, I'll fly emoji, you to
Oh, well, I'd
Ireland,
love to visit
Ireland
Ireland.
emoji,
I
for
don't think
dawn
I can make a
breakfast,
dawn breakfast.
winking face
Thank you.
emoji, Dennis.
But thank you for the £5. Appreciate it. Or €5, rather. Whew. BRB, everybody.
Listen, kid, you gotta understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. There's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
Breaking news. New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Ugh, turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jay's Doug? Whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Hello. I'm being left with my own thoughts again. No! That's the worst thing you can be left with. You can only have my thoughts. That's the only thing allowed here. I subbed to Empty Chairs. Thank you for gifting a sub to Jenia and to ForLord79. Appreciate you. No music. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I left you poor sweet babies without any ideas. I am back. Hello, everybody.
As a newly out trans femme, I'm not used to dealing with my hair in the hot summer. And your stuff is fun to kit bash Space Marines too.
Hell
Blame
yeah!
Ramirez FTW.
Hell yeah!
Not to tip my hat, but depending on how those subs are looking at the end of the night, I plan on completing that goal. I've been looking forward to this for a while and the timing couldn't be better.
I mean, the subs right now are at 410 out of 500. We're getting closer to Atlantis all the time. Also, Giovanna, yes. Just yes. Hair up in the summertime for some cool breezes and ventilation really helps. My office is very poorly ventilated, or as some might say, not ventilated at all. And so when I have the lights on, the computer monitors on, the computer going, it gets really fucking hot in here. So thank you for allowing me to take a break to cool down a little bit. Yeah, growing out your hair so it's long enough to just put into like a scrunchie. Like I use just like a nice thick one. That isn't like too grippy on my hair. Putting it up in like a soft scrunchy situation really it takes care of a lot of issues. Office tour? My office is pretty messy, but I intend to have it cleaned up in the next few weeks, and then I can give you guys a tour. Remind me what the goal is. Spirit Science Atlantis. This is not Dr. Softhole, guys. The body of Dr. Softhole is casually and cruelly just thrown right over here. Right off screen.
In my head, the story I told of our love, red heart emoji, that flowed. It kills me now. Instead, I don't understand trans. Are you a lady called Jack? Ireland emoji.
I am a lady called Jack. That is true. Yes. Boon, indeed. All right. You guys ready for another segment? Oh, I do not feel up for that. Let's do a little bit of this. Let's do a little bit of this. All right? You know what? Let's do this. So, folks, we got to talk about the climate change hoax. That's right, folks. Some crack investigators managed to figure it all out. The hoax that has been perpetrated on all of mankind, the entirety of the scientific community, all of the notable experts, all of the data sets, all of it. It's all a hoax. It's time for us to unveil it all, thanks to the #1 sleuth reporters that we all know and love. The Patrick Bet David crew.
Is climate change. Folks, I don't know if you've noticed, it's deeply concerning for folks like Al Gore, AOC, and Greta Thunberg that the climate changes. It goes up, it goes down, it gets colder, it gets warmer.
Can't explain that. Yep, it's just a thing that happens. No logic behind it whatsoever. These guys, You can trust him. He's in a business suit. He must know all kinds of things that the scientists don't know.
But something bad happened to the climate change enthusiasts this weekend. Trump celebrated.
Well, wait a minute. I don't think anybody who's worried about climate change is an enthusiast for climate change. That feels like a fundamental misunderstanding of what people talking about climate change really mean, Patrick. You've officially been Google debunked.
Google debunkers.
UN's climate committee moves away from the most extreme global warming scenario. President Trump took a victory lap on Saturday with this tweet. Good riddance after 15 years of Democrats promising that climate change is going.
Man, doesn't Patrick Bet-David feel like even Patrick Bet-David must feel like the brain cells dying in his head when he says unironically and without cringing, Democrat.
To destroy the planet, the United Nations Top Climate Committee just admitted that its own projections of RCP 8.5 were wrong. For far too long, climate activism has been used by Democrats to scare Americans, push horrible energy policies, and fund billions into the bogus research programs. Unlike the Democrats who use climate alarmism nonsense to push their Green New scam, my administration will always be based on truth, science, and facts. The United Nations-backed Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had quietly adjusted its modeling framework. A 4 to 5 degrees Celsius warming by 2100 last month. The framework had underpinned a myriad of other analysis predicting terrifying consequences for greenhouse gas emissions. And they are getting this wrong. Tom, how big of a deal is this?
This is huge, but this is really kind of like it's kind of like COVID. It's like, all right, all the evidence now points to the fact that the virus was in a lab in Wuhan.
Yes, time to talk about climate change. By that we mean talk about COVID. Okay.
The virus was released from the lab in Wuhan, either deliberately or accidentally, and then it spread around the world thanks to air travel and migration of people, and that's what happened, and a bunch of people died. So we all know this. We all know that to be true, and we could debate over how much did Fauci know, when did he know, when he didn't. He was involved, and he knew a hell of a lot.
Why are you talking about COVID? That's not what this story's about.
We can all debate that, but we now know it's true. Similarly, Pat, we've been debating this for a while on climate change. And, I tweeted a week ago.
We've been debating climate change. It's not 1990 anymore. It's 2026, my guy. You might not realize it, but can we just take a moment real quick? Because Patrick Bet-David opened this segment by talking about how climate change acknowledges that the climate changes, right? Gets hotter, gets colder, etc. And then this guy's like, we've been having a debate on climate change. So is their version of the debate that the climate doesn't change? That the climate just stays the same? What are you talking about?
It was, we're all dead, so I know that no one can be reading this tweet. And I tweeted the note about that by this date in the future, we were all supposed to be dead because of climate change and the oceans, flooded everything and we're gone. And I said,
Yeah, that happens over the course of centuries. I don't understand how people are this stupid. Right? When people talk about the consequences of climate change, it's not that the ocean levels rise tomorrow. They rise a little bit every day. It gets a little bit hotter every day. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something that happens over thousands of nights. Tens of thousands of nights, hundreds of thousands of nights. But eventually, it's going to hit a point where entire coastal cities are in fact flooding irreversibly, and people can't live there anymore.
That we're all dead, no one's going to be reading this tweet. And so now this is very significant. Now they're actually having to pull back. But what you remember, climate change never had anything to do with climate. This is what climate.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
He really thinks he's cooking with that one. Climate change was never about the climate. It was about change.
Change had to do with control, globalization, and wealth redistribution. And that's why they're like, well, wait a minute, I have an idea, Vinny. To pay for your sins, the Catholic Church used to have indulgence. You can pay for your sins.
Oh.
I have an idea. Why don't we do this? Carbon credits. You can pay for your pollution.
Yeah. Because the idea was that, like, if you paid money for your pollution, that money could be put towards green initiatives to cancel out the pollution. Like, that was the idea. It didn't really pan out that great, though, because I want to stress this. The people pushing for carbon tax credits were the people who ran these businesses. The businesses pushed for the carbon tax credits so that they could keep polluting.
That'll make the world not as warm because you'll give him money in terms of carbon credits because you're doing too much. He'll give you money. And look, we're making money for you. Wait a minute. But if it's doing that because they're polluting anyway, then they're just moving money around. It has nothing to do with the climate change.
Well, because the thought process was that the government would put the money into stuff that would cancel out the pollution.
And Jay smell Petro ass driving by in a mail vehicle. That'll probably be me or my co-workers. Melting
hell
face
yeah.
emoji.
Wait, is that good? I like when you say smell pot roast, I think that's good. Unless you don't intend to smell like pot roast. Anyway, thank you for the $5 super chat, Sheba404.
Get back to you. But it was always control, and it was wealth redistribution, and it was phobia, and
yeah, because you know what else redistributes wealth? Cities being flooded and mass migration occurring as a result. That also redistributes wealth.
It was globalism, and now it's out in the ocean. It's out there like the ocean, so big you can't ignore it, and there it is in the light of day, Pat. They can't deny it. All of their dates have come and gone, things have happened, and it's all been disproven. So now,
disproven how? The more of these chemicals that go in the atmosphere, the hotter it gets. It's not a difficult thing. It has been demonstrated time and time and time again. And it isn't the problem is no one can prognosticate the exact date that all of this shit is going to go down. No one can prognosticate the exact date that all of the ice is going to have melted across the planet. No one knows that. They just take their best guesses because it's really, really difficult to predict global scale events given the number of variables at play. But we do know the basic concept of global warming is solid and sound, which is that carbon gases go into the atmosphere, insulate the planet, make it hotter. That isn't a difficult thing to figure out. Now, the question is, how much hotter? That's open to debate. But these clowns are just like, you didn't predict that right? Because the data you used 20 years ago is different than the data you have available today? Checkmate, atheists.
Google debunkers.
It's just like COVID, Pat.
Nope.
You're at a point where you can't run from it anymore.
Vinny.
So wait, you mean to Thomas? Just so I'm, because it's it's kind of early when we got in here. I woke up at like 5 o'clock.
Oh man, poor Vinny. Poor sweet, stupid Vinny. he's trying to wrap his head around this. I really hope Vinny somehow, against all odds, is going to come out and ask a basic follow-up question. God, Vinny, please be the hero we all know you can be.
O'clock in the morning. Are you trying to tell me that this is another Democrat lie, fraud, scam? Do not tell me that's what you're
It's bigger than that. It's global liberals.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's
yeah,
global liberals.
Well, Tom, they kept pushing this, but it's the...
Yeah, okay, so it's a global conspiracy made up of every major climate scientist from every major country on Earth. They all got together and said, "You know what? We're gonna tell lies as a joke in order to help billionaires. Now, we won't make any money ourselves by telling these lies, but our billionaire friends will make a lot of money, and then that will make us happy." The fuck is a global liberal? I don't know. Are China's scientists global liberals? Is Donald Trump's seaside golf course management a member of the global liberal elite for building seawalls to prevent flooding of the golf courses? Of course, yes, of course they are tapping into like Jewish conspiracy. They are alleging that there is a global cabal of Jews that is fabricating climate change in order to serve financial ends and also to redistribute wealth Marxistly. Like, that's their argument. They are just fucking insane. And like, if you follow this down far enough, like, I'm sure if you got that guy in glasses on PBD to talk long enough with a few beers in him, he would just come right out and say it, you know?
Fear. You called it, Pat, the fear porn, the doomsday model. It's going to end.
You were taught climate change in school.
Yeah.
It's called seasons.
Yeah, the four summers.
Man. Checkmate, liberals. Climate change is real. We got the 4 seasons. We got the 4 seasons here. I'm dying. Now, I do want you guys to know what the fuck they're talking about, right? Which is, you know, Donald Trump is out there trying to say, the top climate committee admitted its own projections were wrong. Ha 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 ha. But in what way were those climate projections wrong? Which so far they haven't seemed to get around to that on the Patrick Bet-David show. And also, Donald Trump doesn't really go into that. He just says they're wrong. And like delights in it, right? And calls it a scam. What exactly was wrong about the RCP 8.5? Well, what was wrong about it was that they had a worst case scenario of climate change, the climate changing by around 4 degrees Celsius. Now, that would truly be catastrophic. It would be absolutely devastating globally. And that would be 4 degrees Celsius by 2100, you know, over the next, 74 years. But the projections that they now have still project a worst case scenario of around 3 degrees Celsius. So, what happens if the planet changes by 3 degrees Celsius? A lot of horrible shit. But let's keep going, and maybe we can get into that in a moment here.
Oh my God, the climate change. But I think it's, and I'm happy that the president brought it up. I mean, politicians to activists to Greta Thunberg. Think about it. Greta Thunberg, the one that was crying, they grabbed that girl, they put her as a poster child, literally, and she's like, ecosystems are collapsing and people emotionally get attached. And then what happened to her? She knows that she was completely exposed and she jumped from that to a completely different cause. She's on a flotilla, getting captured by...
I'm going to chain myself to a truck stopped in the middle of a highway.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody can, they're hoping that people's emotions get people attached to it. But Tom, you see it. How many times you see it? AOC complaining about the world ending, like you said. Bernie Sanders saying that the world's gonna end. Al Gore and Pat. If we can, do you remember Dan Pena, who was asked by an Australian woman? She's like, "Once the global warming and everything's gonna come." Can we play this?
You can play this.
Rob, play this at a little bit fast speed.
Going to do when our ocean level rises? Thank you for asking that question. I have the answer. I have the answer. Well, thank you for the question. Yeah. Okay. For the first time on Earth, we're changing the gas. Now you're full of shit. Sit down. I'm going to answer you. If that were really true, which you believe, and let's just for a moment say that it is true. That means that the best scenario vis-a-vis global warming is about 10 feet raise in water. That's the best scenario over the next 40, 50 years. That's the best scenario. If the water on the planet is going to rise up 10 feet, that means the southern part of the United States is gone. England is gone. Most of Europe is gone. And I can go, most of Central America is gone. Let's just take Florida, for example, which is one of the fastest growing beachfront condominiums on the planet. In the prospectus, when you invest, there should be, in the footnotes, if global warming is for real and water rises 10 feet, this investment you made is fuck all. Not one single investment prospectus written this century has alluded to global warming. Not one motherfucker. If it were really true, the banks wouldn't invest. The banks wouldn't finance. Not one motherfucking condominium. And I'm jealous of the vice president.
He's jealous because Al Gore. So my question to you, Pat, property owners, is that true in the prospectus they would say, don't...
Oh, God.
I want to punch this guy for insulting a child trying to make the world a better place. That's not a Fed post, right?
There's too much bullshit right now, okay? Okay? Here's an article from 2023, all right? Why Indonesia is moving its capital from Jakarta to Borneo. All right? Indonesia officials say the new metropolis will be a sustainable forest city that puts the environment at the heart of development and aims to be carbon neutral by 2045. Why are they moving? Jakarta is congested, polluted, prone to earthquakes, and rapidly sinking into the Java Sea. It is estimated that 1/3 of the city will be submerged by 2050. So, who would invest in these places? A lot of people have invested a lot of money, say, building their capital in a place that is going to be flooded. Let's just take a quick look if this website is still active here. All right. Let's take a look at the sea level rise. If it rises by 10 feet, all right, in the next century, where does that leave us? Well, leaves us with quite a bit of the United States underwater, of course. But, that takes place over the next 70 years, right? And, hey, how long does it actually take to hit 10 feet sea level rise? We don't know. Because we don't know what the factors are that are going to lead to glaciers melting faster or slower. Because there are a lot of different ways that can be affected. a lot of the timelines for sea level rise have had to be readjusted over and over again because we find new factors that contribute to either slowing or usually hastening the melt. Like, as far as like, well, wouldn't businesses stop investing? A lot of them have. Like the insurance companies, for example, are making major moves to pull out of these regions that are like most at risk for flooding. All right.
This is the only scenario I can perceive of Florida going blue.
Indeed. But also, how long is it expected, right? How long is it expected to take for the sea level in the United States to rise by 10 feet? Let's take a look. New research indicates climate change has already triggered an unstoppable decay of the West Antarctic ice sheet. The projected decay will lead to at least 4 feet of accelerating global sea level rise within the next 2+ centuries and at least 10 feet of rise in the end. What does the U.S. look like with the ocean is 10 feet higher? Well, you just saw what it looks like, right? This is what it looks like approximately. A whole swath of the southern coast going underwater. A lot of the coastal regions around the United States going underwater as well. But the important thing, the caveat here, is that we don't know if it's going to take 100 years to reach that or over 200 years, right? In a worst case scenario, it has typically been imagined that it could reach at 10 feet anywhere between like 2100 and 2050, but it could take another century or more for that to happen, right? And so when they complain about this and they're like, well, we don't really know, and so the scientists are wrong, so what dipshit would invest in this? Most dipshits don't care about something as an investor that's not going to happen for 200 years.
Let's look at the bright side. If they're wrong about global warming being real, Fort Lauderdale, where PBD films, will be 3 feet underwater.
True. But also, I just want to point out here, like, this entire argument is predicated on, like, the idea of a businessman sitting here right now being like, well, in 200 years, perhaps my investment will be bust. And no investor right now gives a single shit about their wealth after they die and whether or not their investment will pay off 200 years from now. Because every investor in America is looking for a return on their investment within their own lifetime. Unless you're talking about institutional investing, in which case that's different, but also still 200 years is way beyond what any institutional investor is looking at.
Give Patrick Bet-David X amount of money because we know that it's going to flood in X amount of years.
Vinny, I don't worry about the prospectuses. Pat and I know.
I dare
only
you to
worry.
type in news on Amic collapse into Google. Did you see they're saying to evacuate New Orleans? Or the insurance stocks on Florida loans?
I did. I am aware of the AMOC collapse threat, and that is deeply scary, but we're not going to talk about that at this particular juncture.
About the underwriting and the insurance carriers because they don't lose money.
So that's what I'm
They're
saying.
the house. The house doesn't lose.
So so what he's saying is true in that if that was the case, all this fear porn, then why would a bank give you money if they knew in 10 years and 20 years you're not going to have a house and that's all going to be underwater?
Adam was talking about South Park earlier. He made a reference to it.
Yeah, but also we're not talking about 10 and 20 years. We're talking about 100 years, bud. Which might not matter to you, but it certainly matters for like the future of the country or the cities or your children or your children's children.
And South Park also went after Al Gore. Do you remember Man, Bear, Pig?
Of course.
Half man, half bear, half pig. Man, Bear, Pig is coming. And the little kids came up to him and said, You're just making all this crap up so that everybody can get really scared and then give you a bunch of money. You are full of crap. That's what the little third graders come up to him, and this was Al.
Man, this guy citing South Park as a viable source is genuinely killing my soul. Also, I don't think he understood the point of the episode. I'm dying, chat. I don't think I'm strong enough. Think, investors, think! Where will your money be in 500 years?
Gore trying to scare the world about Man-Bear Pig. And it was so true. You've created this thing that it was just complete BS.
Well, you name it, Tom, and the fact that they say the climate solution always involves government more power while Americans have to pay more for gas,
carbon
electricity,
credits,
and
give
food.
money to those people.
Yeah, because the problem requires government intervention because it's way bigger than any companies is planning for or actioning against. So it needs mass coordination on the scale of a military. If we were actually serious about like solidifying the future of the United States, we would be putting all of our manpower, all of our military industrial might behind stopping climate change. It would genuinely be like the kind of militaristic undertaking to fight the very climate of the earth itself if we were serious about preserving, the future of humanity. But, I guess they'd rather take their cues from cartoon third graders.
And you're fine.
It's and I'm so happy. And again, you said these bad ideas, at some point, it gets flushed out. People wake up and they go, okay, you're lying. And speaking of Massey would even expose John Kerry in front of Congress, which was awesome. Awesome. It's a scam. It's a scam.
It takes a special constitution to watch PBD cause those guys are overworking their 5 brain cells.
It's true. I don't know what keeps the bioluminescent spark going between them to allow them to function, but I guess we're blessed with their insights.
Well, Trump was right again. You know the whole famous quote, Trump was right about everything? Here's another one that he can put in a feather in his cap. I remember when he did.
Man, does it ever get exhausting for these guys to deep throat Donald Trump's boots the way they do? Like just lubing up those boots so they can shove them right up their own ass. Like it's embarrassing.
The UN speech, and I said, sort of controversial, I said that might have been the most important speech that he's ever given.
Was it the climate?
The UN speech.
Yeah.
He basically highlighted 3 things that are all manifesting. This is happening. He said
Donald Trump builds seawalls around his own golf resorts to stop them from being flooded by rising sea levels.
The climate change is a scam.
Yep.
And they just verified it based on this report.
Yep.
No, they didn't. The report continues to talk about 3 degrees Celsius change being a real major threat. And if it does change by that much, we already have, over 10 feet baked in over the next 100 years? 200 years? Who knows? But if it's 100 years, that's something that your kids' kids are going to be experiencing. And I don't know. I care about my hypothetical grandkids. Do you? I am unable to accept these people are stupid in good faith and not just serving an agenda that pays them. I mean, I am able to accept that these guys are stupid in good faith. I've watched enough PBD to accept that they genuinely are this level of deluded. But, people like, Ben Shapiro or whatever, I think they are deluded for money rather than high on their own supply like these guys.
Number 2, the UK, France, EU, the open border policy, you're ruining your country.
Yep, 2 for 2.
Okay, 2 for 2. And the energy, drill baby drill, oil is going to run the world 3 for 3.
Mm-hmm.
So here's my advice to everyone out there. And I'm just going to simplify this. you could follow Trump as an archetype, or you could follow Greta Thunberg.
Can I just say like how insane it is that none of them have looked at any of the data. None of them have looked at like any of what is being discussed here. It's all just vibes. It's all just vibes-based politics. You know? It's all, well, do you want to follow Donald Trump, a real big-dicked cool guy? Or do you want to follow Greta Thunberg, a lady? And like like it's genuinely like a Simpsons cartoon, but being put in front of conservatives as serious political discussion. It's genuinely insane to me. I just I am beyond verklempt right now.
Greta Thunberg, much like Trump has been right about everything, she hasn't been right about anything. Nothing this girl has said or ever done has been right. Nothing that she's advocated has been right. And then she was sort of like put on a pedestal when she's 12 years old because she's like, I care about the climate and the globe. Everyone's like, oh my God, Greta.
Yeah.
But by the way, she's 23 now. Did they want to talk about the fact that she's like weird and autistic and she doesn't know what she's talking about? And she's socialist and a globalist and she's a free Palestine. I mean, that's what she is.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, as opposed to you, a guy on a show who likes to throw menstrual pads at women. What's Greta Thunberg up to these days? Oh yeah, she's trying to sail boats to get like medical supplies to Palestinians in Gaza. You know, like actual hero pirate shit. Like, oh, sorry, he is a high value male. That's true. That's true. I forgot how high value he is. You know, maybe he and Steven Crowder should get together.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
I bet they'd love each other.
No, that's Greta, sir. That's Greta, sir. Yeah, that's her. That's her now.
Are you joking?
Yeah, that's her.
Greta Thunberg.
So here's my suggestion, everybody, since she's been wrong on everything.
Seriously, this is
it.
That's
This is her.
a girl with bangs. She bangs. That's her.
That's her now.
Greta Tintin.
By the way,
her name is Tintin.
I seriously thought it was a guy like...
No. That's her. Rob, I sent you something. Do you remember?
I'm sorry, what? They all... I thought that was a guy? What? She doesn't look like a man. What are you talking about? I thought these guys were experts on what a woman was.
Wait,
her name is Tintin.
I seriously thought it was a guy like...
No. That's her. Rob, I sent you something. Do you remember there was a movie back in the
Hate
day
for someone to cut your hair.
called Kingpin with Woody Harrelson?
Yeah.
And
no one remembers that movie.
They
Trump is
gave
a
up.
highly
They made a.
intelligent, and valuable man, or HIV for short.
True, Nathan. True.
Quote was like, he said, "You got Munson."
Yeah.
He's like, "What? What do you mean?" He's like, "Yeah, when something doesn't go your way, you get
Munson.
screwed.
Yeah.
You get Munsoned."
Yeah.
So I want to advocate to all my friends out there, even.
Can we just like take a moment? Like, why are you referencing this fucking movie? No one gives a shit about the movie Kingpin. All right.
The Gen Z folk that fell for this scam. From now on, when something just goes blatantly not your way, you got Thunberg. You got Thunberg.
Go to the next one.
There it is.
She's from Sweden?
Yes.
Nobody's gonna understand that reference, Adam. Like, if anyone tried that in real life, Adam, everyone would look at them like they're a fucking weirdo. God, conservatives are dumb as fuck.
She got Munson.
I'm looking at this website
By the way,
with Swedish bikini models. She's not there.
I don't want to. I'm not going to come to everybody on this one, but I just want to show.
I'm looking at a website for Swedish bikini models and she's not there. Man, elderly men have been weird about Greta Thunberg since the very beginning, and it's so fucking gross.
This year, that's very interesting because you have to pay very close attention to what kids are doing. 11 years ago, 10 years ago, when Snapchat came out, I was in Hawaii sitting next to a girl named Phoebe, who was Kahindi's daughter. She's now a model. She's doing great things. She told me about Snapchat, and I kept asking, what are kids following in school? Tell me about what social media kids are doing, all this other stuff. Eric Schmidt is giving a speech, commencement speech. And
okay, I think that's Patrick Bet David moving along because they ran out of things to say. Noteworthy here, again, they never actually talk about what is in the climate report. Like what actually is like the effect of, say, 3 degrees of warming versus 1.5 degrees of warming. And if 4 degrees of warming is off the table, what do these options kind of look like? What is the range here? Well, I want to talk about that a little bit because I think it's interesting. So let's take a quick look here. All right. Here we go. Estimated climate impacts on the world's largest cities at 1.5 degrees Celsius and 3 degrees Celsius scenarios of global warming. Excuse me. Annual longest heat wave duration. At 1.5, it would be 16.3 days. At 3 degrees Celsius, it would be 24.5 days, an increase of about 51%. You also have around 6.4 heat waves per year under 3 degrees Celsius versus 4.9 heat waves per year at 1.5. And let's see, populations with double the historical cooling demand, around 194 million people at 3 degrees Celsius versus 8.7 million people at 1.5 degrees. So 1.5 versus 3 degrees change is a huge difference. It affects literally almost 200 million more people if we hit 3 degrees Celsius. That's a really big effect. And also, one of the biggest effects, of course, would be disease transmission. Because what happens when it gets hot, chat? The bugs come out. And when the bugs come out, they stay out for longer if it remains hot for longer. Not difficult math to understand. And what do bugs do when they come into contact with human beings? They spread disease, right? So the number of bugs goes up. The number of transmission events goes up. People get more sick. You get the proliferation of different illnesses into places historically they have not been. You get different populations exposed to new illnesses. So you have a huge burden upon like hospital systems, upon the medical field, etc. And like this all has an impact on the wider society. So if you have increased energy demands and increased like medical demands, like these are going to be some profound impacts. And that's not even getting to like the ocean level rise, right? That's not even getting to like the fact that a lot of people die due to heat waves. And a lot of places on the planet are running out of fresh water. So you combine like the massive increase in energy needs plus the lack of fresh water in certain areas, and you get like a really dire picture of how populations are going to need to move around. Because certain places are going to have the more infrastructure than others and be better geographically situated than others to weather these types of weather patterns, to be able to kind of hold out longer as the climate heats up and hits like a new holding level, right? And it is also going to change growing seasons, the viability of farms in certain places on the planet. This is not like a small issue. These are existential issues for civilizations. Prior to the United States attacking Iran, the entire capital of Tehran was was in the process of being moved someplace else because Tehran is functionally out of fresh water. We're not even touching here, of course, the potential of the AMOC collapse, which is maybe one of the scariest things that could happen. What is the AMOC? AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. And it's essentially a massive current of hot and cold water that allows for the heating of like northern Europe. And if it collapses, it's going to become extraordinarily difficult for a lot of people to live and survive and do the things they do and carry on with life in northern Europe. And like, we're not even talking about some of the other stuff. We're not talking about ocean acidity. We're not talking about like a lot of other things that take place and can occur in these heating environments. But like, that's just like a handful of big ones, right? And even with that handful, you effectively get a situation where tens of millions of people, potentially hundreds of millions of people, need to relocate, either within their own borders or like across borders. And like, you have a truly catastrophic situation. And it's one of the reasons I really got involved in politics, by the way, is because I realized that if America was already beginning to crumple towards fascism due to, Republicans fearing immigrants, how much worse is that going to get if we don't have the infrastructure to support people even who are displaced even within the United States by sea level rise, by temperature changes, by shifting climates across the country, let alone how is the political environment of America going to survive when there is a world full outside of our borders of people displaced in the hundreds of millions by climate change. And I think part of our goal here is to avoid eco-fascism at all costs by building up the infrastructure today that we are going to need tomorrow. And that really is going to take something on the scale of like a war mobilization. Like I wasn't being hyperbolic. Like it is going, like if we're talking about like a Green New Deal, that doesn't go far enough. We need like a green, like a war on the climate, kind of like how we had a war on poverty, war on homelessness. We need a war on the climate, because what is necessary right now is building up green energy potential so that we have battery storage capacity, we have green energy generation capabilities, and also we need to build up that energy infrastructure. We need to build up that water infrastructure, because once we have excess energy, we can put that into things like desalination plants, which also have their own problems, but like, we need to build up the capacity for water, for energy, for food. Things like indoor greenhouses might be a good investment for the future. But we need a bunch of different capacities to be built up very quickly, because it's not just the existing population we need to be concerned about, but like looking forward into the future, we need to be worried about the United States being able to comfortably accept millions of people who are trying to find a place where they and their families can live and thrive and survive. Like, it needs to be that we understand that there is a certain amount of climate change already baked in, but we need to build the capacity to both accommodate far more people than we already have, and to also be able to maintain frankly, a certain standard of living for the people who are already here. Because one of the things that radicalizes people against immigrants is this idea of like, oh, they're taking our gerbs. And that means that my family is going to suffer. And like, we need to build up a capacity where like we can absorb millions more people. And folks are able to, have housing guarantees, have like a job, guarantee, have like medical guarantees, Medicare for all. We need to have baked into our society basic welfare and the basic building blocks for a socialist economy. And when I talk about that, of course, a lot of people, their eyes glaze over. But what I mean by that is, we need to have the basic building blocks for democratic worker co-ops being the norm. So we are not, as a nation, being exploited by multinational corporations who are willing and able to spend billions of dollars fomenting unrest against minorities while they take bigger and bigger tax cuts. So, all of that being said, that's the kind of world we need to build to out of like an existential desire to continue to propagate the species. For our kids, kids, for the generations that come after, for all who come after. And I think that that's really important.
We need free care for Hooters. Medicare for all.
It's true. Sake Tanuki, a very good point. We need Medicare for all. And, that includes Hooters and femboy Hooters, of course. No one left behind. All right? But that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm, especially if you're making fun of Patrick Bet-David and the PBD podcast. Always a great thing to leave in the comments. And also, folks, we need to organize to make that future possible. We need to do it. We need to organize, and it needs to be sooner rather than later. We cannot afford to wait. So if you want to get started making sure your local community gets green and stays green, get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. All right? Those two orgs can work together and help make your community shut down AI data centers that are going to steal your water and electricity. We can do that. That's a great starting point. But we need to do a lot more. Build out the capacity in your community, for example, for like community-owned solar. You, as like in your city government, you can create community-owned solar programs that provide free energy to people in your community. You can do that. You can just do that when you get involved in politics. Okay? Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. Make your Dems more progressive, kick those corporate clowns out. Make your DSA more effective, organize with labor in your community. If you need help getting started, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can head over to riverboat.gg, and that's this on-screen chat here. And you can usually find one or both of them over there during stream. So go do that. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is sexy, comfy, gender euphoric lingerie, and it's non-tuck. So give it a check out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Poof. There we go. There we go, baby. We're doing it. We're doing the thing, folks. But who's gonna pay for it? It pays for itself. That's the best part about green energy. My gender euphoria is wearing PJs outside. You gotta go catch it. When it's wearing PJs, it's the slowest. Then you can capture it and use it for your own.
So recently I finished
Holy
building my
shit.
PC and I've been setting aside savings and buying parts for a bit anyway. It came in under budget, so I have some extra money more than usual anyway. Sub goal finished?
Sub goal fucking finished, yeah. I think we can safely say that is sub goal slain. I really need like the Dark Souls font so I can like flash that up on screen. Holy shit, Nathan. Thank you for the $400 dono. My God. And excellent timing. Thank you for waiting to the end of the segment for that. Oh, whoa. Demolished. Indeed. $400 dono. God damn. And Nathan, are you proposing that we still do... We do Atlantis tomorrow night or tonight? Because I'm hoping you're still planning for tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be exactly my speed, actually. Yes, tomorrow? Cool. We'll do it tomorrow. Huzzah! Thank you very, very much. Why literally light money on fire when you can harness the energy shot at us by the nuclear furnace one astronomical unit away? Exactly! Holy shit. Okay. Let's talk. We've been... Okay, first of all, we've been going for about 3.5 hours. If you guys have been enjoying stream, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. And we're going to take a short break. I'm going to use the bathroom again because I got a small bladder. I got to pee. Got to pee some more. But when I come back, we're going to talk about Iran. And we're going to... we're going to talk about that.
Jack does Atlantis before Milo Rossi. SADGE.
Google debunkers.
Milo Rossi has already discovered where Atlantis is. I know because I watched his video where he discovered it with his best friend and researching sleuth, who's the guy whose name I forgot. You've been Google debunked. It's somewhere in Iowa. But thank you for the 5 tier subs. All right. I'm going to go use that bathroom. I will be right back. And I will talk about Iran when we get back, because we gotta. And then we will maybe do some other stuff. Depends on what time it is. BRB.
Rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Sniffs. Quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now a normal rat. like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs, this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap, like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs, quite the while, 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 quite the while. You are now at normal rap.
Hello, I'm back, baby. I've returned. Let's talk about Iran. Let's do it. Gotta talk about some serious business. Oh, I am interested in also covering this. I forgot about this one. Will you do the Ratman bit? Maybe, if it becomes relevant. All right. Here we go. Need to make sure these are all lined up. Okay. You all ready to dive in? Because I'm ready. No birthday song? Wait, Asuka, is it your birthday? It's your birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Asuka. Happy birthday to you and many more. There you go. Unless you were requesting no birthday song for you. In which case, I apologize for that. But if there we go. You are welcome. Here we go, folks. Is Super Chat from outside the US turned off or something, by the way? I've been unable to Super Chat on here for weeks. It shouldn't be. I've had folks Super Chatting with other currencies. I don't know where they're located from. But as far as I know, there's not an option to like turn that off. But if you're having difficulty supporting over there and you'd still like to, you could go to riverboat.gg. There's a donation feature over there as well. Let's see. Let's jump into it. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the fact that the situation in the Middle East right now has gotten nuclear, and not in the way that a lot of folks might think. Because when people have been talking about nuclear attacks. They've been talking about how Iran has, weapons grade uranium buried underneath rubble after the United States struck their different sites, all of that stuff. Well, in this case, there has been a drone attack against a nuclear power plant in the United Arab Emirates. And basically, this seems to have been an event that has really precipitated a desire for a large scale response. So we're kind of in a dangerous moment here for where the ceasefire is, where all of this is. Because, of course, as we're talking about a ceasefire between the United States and Iran, you also have Israel doing its own thing. And despite the fact that there was a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, Israel has continued to bomb Lebanon. Hezbollah in Lebanon has continued to retaliate for those bombings. It's been a really big shit show, to say the least. But basically, we're going to talk about this real quick. Drone strikes UAE nuclear plant as U.S. and Iran signal they are prepared to go to resume war. A drone strike sparked a fire on the edge of the United Arab Emirates' Seoul nuclear power plant on Sunday in what authorities called an unprovoked terrorist attack. No one was blamed, but it heightened the risk of renewed war as the United States and Iran signaled they were ready to fight again. Basically, the fire is under control. There's appears to be no risk of any kind of nuclear contamination, radiation, etc. But it does highlight the fact that Iran, or presumably an Iranian ally, could, if they so desired, strike that facility. Like, I have no doubt in my mind that this was intended to prove capability, right? It was not intended to destroy the site because, as Iran has demonstrated time and again, it has the capacity to fully carry out attacks in the region against its proposed targets. And part of this, I think, is, again, a bid to establish control here. There is also the possibility of like an Israeli false flag attack, though, again, no evidence of that has emerged thus far. But all of that being said, this did seem poised. This happened about 2 days ago. This did seem poised for the United States to resume bombing Iran. And, like Donald Trump essentially fantasized about bombing Iran publicly on Truth Social for days. He's been talking about how wonderful it would be to continue attacking them, how there would be nothing left after a U.S. attack, etc. Again, threatening annihilation of Iran, in other words, but without using the exact words he used when everyone realized, oh, hey, he's actually serious about potentially using nuclear weapons against Iran. And I mean, he was posting stuff like this just yesterday morning. If Iran surrenders, admits their navy is gone and resting at the bottom of the sea, and their air force is no longer with us, and if their entire military walks out of Tehran, weapons dropped and hands held high, each shouting, I surrender, while wildly waving the representative white flag, and if their entire remaining leadership signs all necessary documents of surrender and admit their defeat to the great power and force of the magnificent USA, the failing New York Times, the China Street Journal, Wall Street Journal.
You'd think at some point people would stop voting in politicians this asterisk for yet another Middle East forever war.
I mean, you would think that, like, even Republicans would be getting sick and tired of this shit, you know? Corrupt and now irrelevant CNN and all other members of the fake news media will headline that Iran had a masterful and brilliant victory over the United States of America. It wasn't even close. The Democrats and media have totally lost their way. They've gone absolutely crazy. President DJT, right? So he's like fantasizing about this war going so much better than it's actually going. And then later that same day, about
5 hours later, I've been asked by the Emir of Qatar, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, the President of the United Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, to hold off our planned military attack on the Islamic Republic of Iran, which was scheduled for tomorrow, and that serious negotiations are now taking place, and that, in their opinion, as great leaders and allies, a deal will be made which will be very acceptable to the United States of America, as well as all countries in the Middle East and beyond. The deal will include, importantly, no nuclear weapons for Iran. Based on my respect for the above-mentioned leaders, I've instructed Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Daniel Kane, and the United States military that we will not be doing the scheduled attack of Iran tomorrow, but have further instructed them to be prepared to go further with a full, large-scale assault on Iran on a moment's notice in the event that an acceptable deal is not reached. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Right? So, like, essentially, what does seem to have emerged here, according to both Donald Trump and various news outlets here, is that Donald Trump is in fact calling off this strike because various leaders in the Middle East who are undertaking their own independent negotiations with Iran begged him not to. Right? Because Donald Trump's own negotiating teams have been so laughably incompetent, so divorced from the actual conversation that's happening within the region, that like Donald Trump is effectively just being like, yeah, you guys go take care of
when
it.
You get on your knees and prostrate yourself before him. Republican voters want him to come again.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
Yeah. Haven't you ever wanted to be used on a carnal level?
You want to feel
by
like
a
that
real
man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you, that he can't keep his hands off of you.
It's true. That handsy Jesus that Steven Crowder's always talking about. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And Darkane, thank you for the $5 dono. But yes, effectively here, we have a situation where Donald Trump, I think, is just frustrated with the fact that he can't seem to communicate effectively with the Iranian leadership to get what he wants. And he doesn't really have any other strategy aside from kill more people. And so he seems to be letting, the various leaders of the region, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, like, do the negotiating for him, and then he's going to try and take credit for the negotiation and the deal that they have. Like, that's kind of that's the impression that I get from watching all of this go down. Al Jazeera reporting a while ago, Trump says U.S. will be satisfied if Iran agrees to no nuclear weapon, right? Trump says the U.S. will likely be satisfied with a diplomatic resolution with Iran if Washington's Middle Eastern allies are content with the terms. If they're satisfied, we will probably be satisfied also, noting that his primary condition remains a total ban on Iran having a nuclear weapon. So, again, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE coming together to collectively negotiate with Iran on the United States' behalf because they actually understand what's happening way better than any of Donald Trump's stooges or his son-in-law, who are being sent to actually negotiate for the United States at this time. And as far as we know, there's been absolutely no progress made from U.S. negotiations with Iran directly. And so this is going to serve as a kind of proxy where Donald Trump doesn't really care about what comes out of this other than some kind of signal flare he can hold up as like, see, my Republican allies, they won't have a nuclear weapon. And any other shortcomings he can then blame on ineffectual Saudi, Qatari, UAE, Emirati, like, negotiators, right? Like, there's plausible deniability for him now to, like, blame them for any shortcomings in the deal. Yeah, maybe Trump shouldn't have torn up the JCPOA. Exactly. It was a very good deal. It took years to negotiate. And the Iranians are showing up to these negotiations with like people who have doctorates in their given fields, who have studied the United States for like their entire lives. And then like Jared Kushner rolls up. You know, this fucking trust fund baby who's looking for bribes, and like they just cannot communicate with each other. They can't do it. Because Jared Kushner is fundamentally looking for things that don't make any sense to have in this negotiation. And he doesn't know enough to understand when he's being offered exactly the kinds of things he wants, but in the way that is acceptable
What
to the
I don't get
Iranians.
is how No Sketch Comedy Show has done a parody of the Jared Jewelers commercials. How'd he botch that MEP steal? He went to Jared.
That does seem like some low-hanging fruit that SNL would have already like eaten all of, you know? Just tell him it's Jared. So we have all of that going on, and worth noting, earlier, Donald Trump said he's not offering any concessions to Iran, right? But he did say on Friday he was open to a 20-year pause on Iran's nuclear program. But then today he said he's not open to anything. Like, Donald Trump doesn't know what he wants. But I have a feeling that if these negotiators in the Middle East are able to get some kind of deal off the ground, he's just going to rubber stamp it because he wants to be done with Iran and move to something that makes him look better. Because he's aware that it's very unpopular. So that's kind of where we're at, but it's also worth noting that between all of this, like the threatened attack tomorrow on Iran, the attack on the nuclear plant in the UAE, tensions have been going up and up and up. And earlier today, Pakistan deployed a jet squadron and troop reinforcements to Saudi Arabia. So, like, well, Pakistan has been, kind of towing the line here. They are also shoring up their relationships across the Middle East. And this is actually like an act of escalation rather than de-escalation. Like, all of this has the potential to pop off in a much, much larger way. And so the sooner some kind of peace agreement can be inked, the better. Because there are a lot of powers moving around in the region right now, and that could lead to some substantial clashes if things really start popping off. And all of this is taking place, in the background, we have things that I think are going to be quite important, such as China has joined in on selling US treasuries. Now, I talked a lot about this at the beginning of the war, and it continues to be a really big deal. But Japan has been selling off their US treasuries, and China is now beginning to sell off their US treasury bonds. And this bond market is really, really, really important because it stabilizes the US economy and the US dollar, right? It is, again, part of the reason the United States has the level of stability it does economically. And so typically the reason people buy US Treasury bonds is because they have very low yields. Like, they don't really pay back that much money, but they are a sure thing, or have historically been considered a sure thing. Yeah, it represents trust in the value of the US dollar. Effectively, it's giving a loan to the US government, but that's then backed by practically a guarantee that, like, you're not going to lose money on it, and it's going to pay you back a very small but sure amount. folks, when China, one of the largest bond holders in the world, starts selling US Treasury bonds, that's a really bad sign. And this can be used as part of diplomatic maneuvering as well. Like Japan, for example, signaled its deep disagreement with the Iran war by selling a bunch of their treasury bonds in the US currency, or in the US treasury bonds, rather. And so a lot of what's happening right now is that there is an acknowledgement that the US economy is destabilizing, that the actions of the US government are causing the global economy to come unhinged and unscrewed, and the people who hold these bonds are losing faith that the US government is going to be able to back those bonds. And that's really, really bad. Because basically, one of the greatest strengths in America and to the American economy is the US dollar and the value of it and the endurance of it. And as that decreases, so too does US influence, right? It's another way that the soft power of the United States is being eroded and destroyed by the Trump administration. So, like, it remains to be seen exactly how much this is going to cause an international panic. However, it is noteworthy that this does not appear to be a move by major Chinese firms, but rather, or the Chinese government, but rather Chinese investors, right? And that is that's interesting because instead of this being a diplomatic move, it's an economic one, right? It is instead a maneuver because investors are losing faith in the US government, effectively. So we have all of that going on. Now, is there any hope that this madness is going to end anytime soon? Yes, sort of. Maybe. Because earlier today, I talked about how Donald Trump on Truth Social was railing against the War Powers Act. He retweeted a Mark Levin screed from over on X. And, well, why was he retruthing a screed about war powers resolutions? Well, it has a chance to do with this. All right?
Casual reminder, he actually said this.
I think the good parts are the Trump economy and the bad parts are the Biden economy because he's done a terrible job. He did a terrible job.
With inflation
Anything good is me. Anything bad is Biden. That's why they called him Bad Biden. God. But we are currently on the verge of some kind of breakthrough when it comes to a war powers resolution. So that's some good news here, right? Up till now, House and Senate Republicans have defeated multiple war powers votes brought by their Democratic colleagues since the start of the U.S. campaign in Iran on February 28th. But some in the GOP who were initially hesitant to rein in Trump have soured on his administration's lack of a clear plan for the conflict and skyrocketing fuel costs for their constituents, a byproduct of Tehran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. All right. In the House on Thursday, GOP lawmakers narrowly voted down a resolution that would have directed Trump to remove U.S. armed forces from hostilities against Iran. A tie vote of 212 to 212 meant the measure failed under chamber rules. 3 Republicans, Thomas Massey, Brian Fitzpatrick, Tom Barrett, crossed the aisle to support the measure. 1 Democrat, Jared Golden, opposed it. But Golden, a former Marine who served in both Iraq and Afghanistan, has indicated he'll support the next war powers resolution. He said he only opposed the last measure because it had a withdrawal deadline that had already passed. Also, Representative Frederica Wilson could return to Congress after being absent for 4 weeks and not voting on any issues since April 17th. Wilson released a statement Thursday that she recently underwent eye surgery and was unable to fly, but had plans to be back in Washington, D.C. soon. Additionally, Tom Keene Jr. has also been absent since March 5th because of a personal medical issue. Republicans can't have more than 2 defections on an otherwise party line vote. So, in the Senate, meanwhile, a motion to discharge a war powers resolution from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee failed by a vote of 49 to 50 on Wednesday. And so basically, the big hope right now is that there could be some kind of war powers resolution in the House. That would mark the major breakthrough. And that's kind of where we're at. More pressure needs to be lodged against Senate Republicans. So if you live in a red state or have a red senator, do call them and make it known that you are real American and you are deeply upset about this Iran war. All right, because there is a decent chance that we could get 1 or 2 defections in the Senate. Watch Mike Johnson suddenly send everyone home again. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. So, all of this being said, there is a chance that a war powers resolution could actually happen. That we could actually bring our troops home, that all of this could come to an end. We just need Congress to act. That's literally all we need them to do. We need them to do one fucking thing, and it's to end this stupid war that is making life harder for everybody in America. Are we still living in a constitutional democracy if the president doesn't follow the law? Excellent question. God. Now, of course, none of this stops Israel from doing what it's doing. And it is worth noting that they are doing some heinous shit. For example, as all of this conflict is happening, of course, Israel's military is backing up settler, attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza. Notably, earlier today, Al Jazeera reports that Israeli settlers burned lands in the town of Al Carmel, south of Hebron, under the protection of Israeli forces. Because apparently one of the things that settlers have been doing is just setting fire to farms, to land, to grass, to homes, and then just letting the fire burn everybody out in order to, ethnically cleanse the land of Palestinians. And it's one of their ways of trying to get Palestinians to leave. And they're, of course, backed by the IDF, which protects them from any kind of attempted defense of Palestinian lands. And so, check the credibility of your sources. It's from Al Jazeera, like a pretty well-respected organization. Additionally, we have reports from the Lebanese Health Ministry that the death toll in Lebanon has now reached over 3,000 people, with an additional 9,273 wounded. Again, in a war of aggression against Lebanon, where Israel has now seized a massive swath of territory in southern Lebanon and is continuing to hold it. And last but not least, Iraq has, throughout this entire conflict, been somewhat involved in the trade of hostilities. And apparently there have been reports of there have been reports of secret Israeli bases in remote regions of Iraq, which have now prompted the Iraqi military to mobilize and begin sweeps of the desert in order to try and see if they can find some of these hidden Israeli bases. So the Iraqi military is seemingly very fully mobilized now at this point. So you start to see that there is this wider picture coming into view where like Pakistan is on the field, Iraq is on the field, Lebanon is on the field. Then you've got that complicated by Hezbollah. You've got furthermore the IDF operating within the West Bank and within Gaza. You've got a lot of different moving pieces here. And then you've got the United States, you've got Iran, and the UAE and Saudi Arabia. Like, there's a lot of different places, and this entire region is a powder keg that could get exponentially worse should Donald Trump take some kind of insane action. And I would love to say that that couldn't possibly happen, but as I've shown time and time again, Donald Trump's mind is going. He's sundowning harder and harder every day. His bedtime keeps getting earlier and earlier because his brain is going. His energy is going. Like, he's way worse than Biden ever was, and that's saying something. God. So, all of that being said, there is light at the end of this tunnel. However, it is a fraught tunnel, and there are still several major hurdles to overcome. So, hopefully, either the coalition of negotiators, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar can bring Iran to the table and find like an actual agreement, or hopefully US Congress can get its shit together and actually vote to put an end to this senseless violence. So all of that well, yeah, of course. I know that Israel has also been seizing territory from Syria and Palestine, of course. Yes. But all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really helping the algorithm. And also get organized. If we get more organized, we can put more pressure on our elected officials. We can even get better elected officials into office. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, make your Dems more effective and progressive, make your DSA more effective and joined up with labor. Get involved, go to your meetings. If you need help getting started, we can help you out. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And also, if you don't want to do Discord, you can go over to riverboat.gg. You can usually find one or both of them over there. So go do that. And
Jack, let's drop the politics and get down to business in the Irish Catholic seas and mountains. Mountain emoji.
Nah, I gotta talk about politics till I die. I'm sorry, friend. I'm sorry. Can't do it. It's a burden I carry until I'm 6 feet under. And all that being said, folks, check out ImageneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is gender euphoric lingerie. It is sexy, it is comfortable, and it's non-tuck. So go check it out, ImageneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep going. There we go. Thank you very much for the €5. Trump posted like 50 to 60 times on Truth Social the other night. That's worse than Biden. Yeah, our first segment today was talking about how fucking dementia-addled he is. Comfortable underwear's a blessing. True! too. And trans people need it. And you know what? Some cis people need it too. Let's see here, folks. How we doing? How we doing? We need to start calling his insane messaging tantrums. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Folks, we have been going for a solid 4 hours. I think. Let's see. Do I have... I think we could do this. I think we could do this. All right.
Trump is such a BAAAAD dragon hoarding all that wealth.
And okay, I wouldn't call Donald Trump a bad dragon though. No. I no one can be a bad dragon except for a select few called into service. Thank you for the $5, Nathan. Also, you guys ready to jump into some additional content? We got one more piece of content left in us. Are there dragons in the Sabrinaverse? Absolutely. Content for me? Content for you.
Whatever you do not look up bad dragon with safe search off.
It's true. Don't do that. Do not do that. And like if you do, you know, you could really start to feel like Steven Crowder, if you know what I'm saying, you know?
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you? You have a God-shaped hole. You're going to look like a podling who's been fully drained.
All right. All right. I'm having way too much fun with those sound clips. All right, here we go. So, folks, I have to say, I was pretty excited to see this. Matt Berenstein and, you know, Emma Vigeland got an opportunity to sit down with Mallory McMurrow, who is running in the Michigan Senate race against Abdul El-Sayed. And I think that this section of their interview, which is, granted, a very large section of their interview on Israel, is very much worth a watch because it is, it's something. It is wild. I encourage you to watch the whole thing. Here's a link in the chat for you guys. Go give it a watch and a like, of course. But we're going to take a look at this particular section because, yeah, it does kind of have some...
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
It kind of has a little bit of that energy going on here. Not exactly, of course. The situation's a little bit different, but Mallory McMurrow doesn't come across great.
Quickly as possible. Moving on, Mallory, an issue that's extremely close to my heart as a Jewish person, as a tax-paying American, as a human being, is that of Palestine. I was actually just the other night at a UN commemoration of the anniversary of the Nakba in 1948 when Israel displaced more than 750,000 Palestinians who still don't have the right to return home. So, when considering people who are running for federal office, people who could determine the future of the U.S. relationship to Israel and the effect that that will have on Palestinians, now the Lebanese people and Iranians, I know this issue is one people who listen to the show, for one, care a lot about. And of course, you are also running in Michigan, which has a large Arab population, which, you know, that was very consequential in the 2024 election when many of them withheld their votes from Kamala Harris and as part of the uncommitted movement. So I want to make sure people have a really clear understanding of your position. Also, for context, your opponent on one side, Abdul El Sayed, he opposes all funding to Israel, and your opponent on the other side, Haley Stevens, is endorsed by AIPAC. Enough said there. So I wanted to highlight your approach and ask you about it. On your website, you write, quote, "The path to lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians lies in a two-state solution, with a democratic Jewish state of Israel existing safely along a democratic Palestinian state." You write that the flow of aid to Gaza, quote, "needs to be restored," that Israel's expansion into the West Bank, quote, "must stop," and that Hamas must, quote, "disarm and demonstrate a commitment to a peaceful and democratic Palestinian state."
Like, I can understand how if you don't know a whole lot about the situation that's being discussed here, how those ideas might sound good, but like, oh, Israel needs to stop its expansion into the West Bank. Does that mean that they need to like pull back from the settlements? Like, what does that mean? Does that mean functionally like Israel gets to keep all of the land that it has illegally seized from Palestinian territory? Oh, we're going to have a democratic Palestinian state. How? Like, literally how? They're called the occupied territories for a reason. They are occupied. They are functionally controlled by Israel. There are two different law systems. The occupied territories exist underneath Israel's military law. How do you have two democratic states that are on equal terms when one is fully occupied by the other and has been subjugated?
You also support funding for Israel's defensive weapons infrastructure, you know, things like the Iron Dome. Is that all correct?
Increasingly, that's changed.
Okay.
And you even see Netanyahu now vocally saying that he himself wants to cut off relying on aid from other countries. So I would support Israel continuing to be able to purchase systems like the Iron Dome, defensive systems. But I think it's in the best interest of the United States in reducing that aid and allowing Israel to do that on their own.
But I mean, as of now, though, your policy that you're running on, just so voters are like clear, is that you support sort of the defensive infrastructure. So we wanted to ask you a couple questions about your stance here. First, regarding what a two-state solution means to you and how that could affect your policymaking.
The two-state solution debate is something where I really do think that a lot of Democrats are kind of behind the reality on this issue. So I just want to talk in terms of practicalities. Where would you, in terms of like your ideal two-state solution, draw the borders? Because as you know, Israel's been illegally occupying East Jerusalem and the West Bank since 1967 in violation of UN law. And since then, 700,000 Israeli settlers have moved into the Palestinian territories in East Jerusalem and the West Bank and have stolen Palestinian land. So, my question about the practicality of a two-state solution is, how would that happen? Would your scenario require removing the 700?
God, I fucking love Emma. This is the question I was really hoping she would ask. And Mallory McPearl looks like she would really rather be anywhere else on Earth.
100,000 illegal settlers living on Palestinian land.
So, Emma, what you're asking is, I don't believe the role of a U.S. senator. I believe that a senator should have a role in allowing the United States to facilitate the negotiation between the Palestinians and the Israelis that gets to a place where there's long-term peace, security, and self.
Okay, if it's not the place of a U.S. senator, then why on earth are you advocating for a geopolitical solution of any kind? Right? You are the one with the geopolitical solution on your website. Like, you're the one that put forward a two-state solution. Right? You're the one who put that forward. But now you're saying it's not your place.
Self-determination for Palestinians and long-term peace and security and self-determination for Israelis who all live in the region and have to figure out a way to coexist where they're not killing each other. I don't believe that it's the role of a legislator to determine where those borders are or how it coexists, but it should be our role to de-escalate the conflict. I do not support the Netanyahu government. I think that they have continued to push well beyond what is proportionate, what is rational in response to the October 7th attacks, in a way that is horrifying to watch. I mean, bombing Gaza to be completely uninhabitable.
Like, the idea that, I don't support the Netanyahu government. Oh yeah, if we just get rid of Netanyahu, it'll all be okay. Don't look anything into that. Don't look at what's happening domestically in Israeli politics. Don't look into that. If we get rid of Netanyahu, everything will be dandy. Don't look at the recent Knesset votes. Don't do that.
The settler violence that you see, that while it is technically illegal, they are certainly doing nothing to stop it and continue to encourage it. And Matt, you brought this up particularly related to our state. We have a very large Lebanese population. 1 million people in Lebanon have been displaced. And I know a friend of mine who's running for state senate mentioned to me that his grandmother's home in Lebanon has been bombed 3 times, and that somehow she's still in good spirits about the fact that she is alive when many of her neighbors are not. So for me, I'm somebody, I bring a background in industrial design into how I pursue policy, which is starting with the outcome and then backing into how do you help facilitate making that happen.
I love how incoherent. I love how incoherent her response is, though. If you're starting out with outcome and then working backwards from there, then you are making a decision, right? You have acknowledged that your position is one where you're deciding where borders are, what the outcome is here, what the negotiation strategy should be, right? Because you've decided what the outcome is that you want to work towards. She's not very good at this.
What I believe is that there is broad shared beliefs across our constituents in both the Jewish community, the Arab community, and frankly, for people who are not directly impacted by this, who are horrified beyond belief at the ongoing violence, suffering, chaos.
Is she giving the geopolitical version of Thoughts and Prayers? Kind of, but it's a little bit worse than that. She's trying to abdicate her responsibility, right? Presuming she wins office, of course. She's trying to have her cake and eat it too, saying well, the US can facilitate a two-state solution, but like it's not our place to dictate what that solution is or what that looks like or anything of the sort. But also I start from the outcome I want and work backwards from there. So I do have an outcome that I want, but like I'm not going to take responsibility for that goal or like properly name it. And it's just a silly nonsense response to try and abdicate responsibility. I find it to be particularly cowardly.
We want the violence to stop and see the United States has played a role in continuing the violence when we need to play a role in ending it.
And I hear what you're saying about you don't want to draw specific boundaries. I understand that, but I think it's important to
abdicating responsibility is what I meant by thoughts and prayers. Fair enough.
Dissect what a two-state solution would actually entail. Do you believe that should involve some sort of reparations for Palestinian land that has been stolen? Because increasingly, if you look at the map of the West Bank, it's being taken over by Israel. So there would have to be either a forcible removal or Palestinians would have to be crammed into even smaller and smaller territory.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the United States role, a legislator's role should be in helping to facilitate between the negotiators and something that allows for that peace and security for Palestinians alongside Israelis. I don't believe that is my role to dictate, to put on to the people who do live there what they...
Why, I'm just a humble cipher. You can read any intentions onto me you'd like. I have no intentions of my own. Ha ha ha.
They should be fighting for their own lives.
I want to push back, though, a little bit on, your role as a senator. Sort of, you're presenting it as like a little bit detached from the peace process there. Whereas, like, we know that Israel's sort of violent and ongoing expansion now into Lebanon, as you mentioned, it's only possible because of ongoing bipartisan U.S. support. And so I wonder, if you continue to support defensive weapons infrastructure to Israel, how you see yourself as utilizing any of the leverage you could have as a U.S. senator in this situation. And I guess how you think, because like this two-state solution line, right? It's the party line for a long time.
Since the 90s.
And it just hasn't borne out. I think probably everyone on all sides of this issue could agree with that. And so I wonder how you are breaking from the establishment in a way that would materially benefit the people who, frankly, like my tax dollars are killing.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you framed it that way, because I think there's a difference, Matt, in how you asked your question versus Emma. One is the specific framework of the borders of the nations. The other is what leverage does the Congress have to help facilitate this negotiation?
But that's the point Emma's getting at, which is that the United States possesses all of the leverage. Like, the United States possesses all of the leverage over Israel in order to effectively, up to and including the point of dictating what the borders of any kind of like Palestinian state would be. Like, frankly, I think that the best solution here is just a one-state solution with full democratic rights extended to every Palestinian. Like, functionally, that's already what we have, but no one seems to acknowledge it. No one seems to acknowledge, no, they just live under occupation, but they're their own thing. No, they're not. No, they're functionally not. And so, like, what needs to happen is the United States needs to flex its muscle and end the fucking apartheid. Like, that's what's required. The same way international partners came in and helped to end apartheid in South Africa, alongside, of course, a thriving domestic movement that helped make that so. But, like, that I feel like for too long, and I'm guilty of this too, but for too long, a lot of people went along with this two-state idea because it seemed like, on its face, a reasonable outcome. You know? Well, you get your own state and they get their own state. But, like, functionally, that's not what has been existent, you know? It has simply been one people systematically oppressed and denied rights and representation by the other. And it's time for that to end.
Negotiation. I would have voted alongside the 40 out of 47 senators who voted in the past Sanders resolution blocking arms sales. And let's acknowledge how stunning it is that a year ago, that number was significantly smaller than it is today.
If I was Palestinian, there's no way that I could live next to Israel in the future. They already live next to Israel.
My views on this have evolved because the reality on the ground has evolved. It has been horrifying to watch how Benjamin Netanyahu and the far-right government have prosecuted
exactly, media breakdown. It's almost like the two-state solution has caused two classes of people. Exactly.
This ongoing war against Palestinians, against Lebanese, against Yemenis, in a way that the United States cannot support. Simply put, the Congress holds the power of the purse, holds the power of funding and resolutions, and that is where I would view my role in coming in is keeping an open door to everybody within our community. Michigan is a very diverse state where we have the largest Arab American population living side by side with a very significant Jewish population. And Matt, your question is the universal truth. I was in an Uber a couple of weeks ago, and the driver said almost exactly what you said, which is how can our country afford to continue bombing other countries when we can't pay for our own kids?
Would people of Palestine be able to accrue power through a democratic system, considering how many of them have died?
Yes. Fundamentally, by the way, this is one of the reasons that like Israel has never formally annexed the West Bank, East Jerusalem, like Gaza. And the reason is because by accepting so many people within a democratic society that has laws that would necessitate their enfranchisement, the entire makeup of the Knesset would change, like overnight. And this would be a real threat to the political power within Israel as it exists currently as a status quo. And it's why Israel has kept the occupied territories as the occupied territories for so long. It's because they would much rather pursue a slow and agonizing process of ethnic cleansing and growth of these communities, illegal settlements across the various occupied territories while pushing out Palestinian people. They prefer that to outright annexation because then they don't have to deal with the electoral consequences. Right? And so like that's kind of the dynamic at play here. And yeah, it would be very difficult for the current coalition within Israel to maintain the power structure as it exists right now if Palestinians were enfranchised.
That is where we need to step in and say enough is enough, and we need to bring this to an end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that how in Michigan you have people of different faiths, Muslim, Jewish people, Arab people living side by side. I think it's very American to believe in multiculturalism as an...
Yeah, it's also why Israel doesn't support like a right to return for Palestinians who were, you know, like expelled during the Nakba, you know. Yeah.
Ethic in that it engenders understanding, and when you can live alongside...
I mean, it is, and Amber Brains is correct. It's effectively the same type of fear that the white population had in South Africa about like the wider enfranchisement of black South Africans. And it's just that Israel has had the power and been permitted for so long to pursue this ethnic cleansing campaign that it comes across as like a reasonable policy to the people in power. And like, I think that honestly, what needs to happen is the pretense needs to be dropped. A one-state solution pursued. Full enfranchisement, full rights guaranteed to Palestinian people. And then, like that needs, I think that should be like internationally enforced. There should be some kind of like international watchdog that like ensures freedom and rights for Palestinians within Israel.
People who maybe have different views than you, it reduces the capacity for hatred. It's why we don't believe in things like segregation and apartheid, but Israel is an apartheid state. And, you know, when we're talking...
You're very welcome, Waldo. I hope your oral surgery goes well.
About who has the right to have land and to live in peace. I mean, we're recording this right now on the anniversary of the Nakba, and the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed since, you know, you could say 1948, but prior to that, from the land that is now Israel. Do you not believe in multiculturalism as an ethic for...
I do want to also point out, there was a really beautiful, and I think meaningful statement put out by Zoran Mamdani the other day to commemorate Nakba Day. Here is what he put out there.
Oh. Should I get that?
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry. Could we talk a bit later? I've got these people being the interviewers about the Nakba. I was 9 years old. It was nighttime, and my father came into our bedroom and told us, surprisingly, to get on all fours and make our way to the staircase that goes in to the roof. There were no windows on the staircase because bullets had come in through the wood shutters at that stage. And next day, we just took what we could carry and went to my uncle Hussein's house in Nablus, because there was no fighting in Nablus. The Zionists were, coming into Jerusalem. My father had a big, heavy key for our iron front door, and people, of course, locked their houses when they left, and all they had of it was the key. When it turned out that there was no going back, that's what they had in their hand from the house, and they probably just hung it on the wall, so it became sort of a symbol. You have the key, but not the house.
Like, I love that Zoran Mamdani is using his position and his power to amplify and educate people about this. Because I think genuinely, even to this day, a lot of Americans have no idea what the Nakba is. A lot of people don't pay attention to politics like the guys and gals and non-binary pals who are here, right? And they do, however, pay attention to what Zoran Mamdani says.
That's the craft of Palestinian women. That's one of my mother's friends, whom I inherited. She's my friend's old lady. She has the biggest collection. Actually, in that drawer, I have some that you can look at. I think it's good for you to just touch it. Actually, they're very good because this is here, so the woman walking, you know, it would accentuate her hips. And there are certain smells. There's a smell when, after a rainfall, when that limestone has a certain smell when you walk near it, you know. It's just, you feel very close to the actual land. The story is about the Palestinian boy going into Israel, and his grandmother said, "Go to our village, bring me a handful of soil. I'll put it under my pillow and feel I'm sleeping, you know, in my village." It's very strong. That I've lived in different places and I've always been an outsider. You know, in England, actually we were called aliens on our passports. I lived in Italy, again, not part of it. And after the 67 war, I came here. In this diverse city, I feel most at home since leaving Palestine. I think that's important. And it's where you are. I don't know what happens to you, but you know, I've seen the Rockies, and it's the soft hills of Palestine that actually touch me.
You know, it makes you tear up a little bit. But like when you hear people talk about the Nakba, that is what they mean. You know, that there are people still alive who experienced it. You know, there are people who remember it. And it's not that long ago. Like, it's a long time ago, but it's not that long ago, you know? Yeah, history was not that long ago, exactly. So, worth being very clear what Emma's asking about here.
For Israel and Palestine, because a shared land would be, in my view, American, and also the solution that we saw in South Africa that could provide fairness for everybody involved.
Yeah, and it may very well be. You know, there are people who have worked on this issue for far longer than I have. And I always try to check my own bias at the door. I can't possibly understand what it is like to live in the middle of the Middle East. I can't imagine what it is like to have my home stolen from me, to have my family killed. And I want to leave the door open. I think it's important for anybody who holds the role of a senator as a legislator to check their own bias at the door, be open and objective. And if there is, and I've heard from both the Jewish community and the Arab community, that you're right, Emma, a two-state solution has been something that has been attempted for a very long time. We have failed to accomplish that so far. Perhaps a multicultural solution where people are living side by side is a better solution, but I want that to come from the people who live there. It shouldn't be the role of me to assert my views on residents of another country.
Yeah, I'll move on a little bit, but I think it's just, you know, to me, it's like Israel, who is the occupying power in this dynamic, I mean, as recognized by international law, does not want a multicultural state. Obviously, that is, you know, when they say like, oh, you guys want to destroy Israel, what they're talking about is a destruction of the apartheid system. What they're talking about is bringing in equality. And so I guess I want to stay on for a second, like how you could use your leverage as a US senator to stop this violence, which we all agree has to stop, right? Like we mentioned, you draw a distinction between Israel's defensive and offensive weapons infrastructure
Oh,
and
God.
currently support funding for the defensive part of that, like the Iron Dome. I think a lot of people, though, might disagree with that distinction and say that Israel's defensive capabilities enable their offensive capabilities. Like, the Iron Dome.
Welcome, Raiders. Come on in. Make yourselves cozy. Thank you very much for the raid. Come on in. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about news and politics. I'm a socialist, a trans lady, she, her pronouns. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Hello, Complainy Laney. Come on in. I am watching a wonderful a wonderful breakdown of Mallory McMorrow's foreign policy positions vis-a-vis Israel and Palestine. I think it's quite informative. Come on in, make yourselves cozy.
Allows Israel, one might say, to operate with impunity because they don't face the same threat of retaliation. So what would you say to that?
I hear you. As you can imagine, this is a
I hear you. I see you. I hear you.
Conversation we have every single day in a state like ours, where we have vastly different viewpoints on the right course of action in the Middle East. And it is the job to go in with an open mind and to listen and to make the right, most objective decision that I possibly can. And as I said at the outset, it is increasingly the view of even Netanyahu himself that he wants to be able to do it on his own and doesn't want to rely on foreign aid. There seems to be a recognition that they are going at everything they possibly can and are losing the support of the world. They're losing the support of Americans. And I will always, my pledge is to always be objective. I am not so tied to an individual viewpoint that I'm not willing to change my mind when the facts on the ground change.
I guess
I just can't get over how every time she gets asked a question, she's like, but I have these very powerful views, but also I would change my mind at the drop of a hat. And I'm just like, hey, do you have no courage behind any of your supposed convictions? Like, will you stand for nothing? And of course the answer is no, she doesn't. Like, Abdul al-Sayed is like the best option objectively here. But like, I didn't expect her to fall so short,
Then to that end, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure? What is, I guess, sort of your positive vision in supporting that policy? You know what I mean?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at how do we support defensive systems for Palestinians? How would we support defensive systems for Lebanese?
Should they get an Iron Dome too, the Palestinians?
Well, let's talk about that as a conversation.
Well,
what? Like, deeply unserious. Everyone gets an Iron Dome. You get an Iron Dome, and you get an Iron Dome, and you get an Iron Dome.
I mean, the horror of living in fear of being bombed constantly. Let's work with.
I mean, it just seems like maybe instead of just giving everyone an Iron Dome, you could, I don't know, embrace the solution that you previously talked about and weren't in favor of, which is, acknowledging like a one-state situation is the reality on the ground and just, support the effort to end the apartheid system and, have you know, a multicultural democracy where people have rights and the ability to vote for their representation. You know, the kind of thing one would presumably be in favor of as an American senator. I like, at least it'd be something most senators would pay lip service to. But like the fact that she poo-pooed the idea of a multiracial democracy, I don't know what to do with that. Let's no to the multi-ethnic democracy, but you know, yes, maybe to the everyone gets an Iron Dome. Like, does Mallory McMurrow have a history I'm unaware of where she's like the heiress to like a military industrial manufacturer? Like, did I miss that somewhere? Is that just like a thing that I don't know about?
She truly supports irony domes.
I'm truly baffled by this. I don't think I'm ever. Yeah, her middle name's Raytheon. That explains a lot. Mallory Raytheon McMorrow, heir to the Raytheon fortune. The more Iron Domes she makes, the more inheritance she can give to her poor family.
The outcome of how do we end the violence, period.
But I mean,
but then backing away from that, how do we protect people?
I think then, though, that sort of probes at like maybe we're coming from different worldviews here a little bit, because my worldview, and I think one that Emma has been talking about as well, is like multiculturalism, where we live amongst each other and where multiculturalism and a respect for one another keeps us safe. And so like, I don't want to talk about like everyone getting their Iron Dome and everyone arming up and everyone getting more and more.
Like, fuck it, like the way that it gets talked about here, it's like everyone in the Middle East is like, let's make everyone in the Middle East Iron Man. You get a personalized Iron Man suit. Just everyone's Iron Man now. Like, what kind of world? Like, for someone who claims to have no strong vision for what the Middle East should be, right? Like, she just came out of a section where she is talking about how, like, it's not her place to dictate as a U.S. senator what the political situation is in, you know, Israel and Palestine. But then she's like, well, what if we give everyone an Iron Dome? And, like, I can't help but acknowledge that that is, in fact, directly affecting the political reality with, like, that would affect the political reality within Israel and Palestine, like, obviously. So, like, why is it okay to affect the political reality in the sense of, like, providing everyone with a personalized like, bombing device, but it isn't okay when it comes to advocating for a multicultural society that runs on democracy? I'm genuinely like flabbergasted right now.
Defensive and offensive.
Oh, they are both being so patient with her. I want to shake her. I want to shake her so bad.
And everyone getting more violent, and everyone. I mean, you know, I just did an episode that actually comes out today, which I'm very excited about, with Naomi Klein, about Tucker Carlson's worldview that he has been espousing as of late. And he does view the world that way, where, you know, in America, we should bunker down and have our white Christian nation, and everyone else is bunkered down in their own very racialized nations as well, with like tons of weapons, and we're all segregated. And like, I just find that to be such a grim reality, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think like, I'm one.
Is Matt about to ask her, like, why do you support ethno states? Because, like, I feel like that's the inescapable thing here.
Wondering if your politics could come from a different place philosophically, where it's not like, what about funding also the Palestinian Iron Dome, where it's about taking away the Iron Dome from Israel, this thing that, in my opinion, allows them to continue operating as a genocidal apartheid state unchecked.
Well, and I think where you and I find agreement here is exactly that. Ideally, we should be at a place where we're not armed to the teeth against each other. We are a multicultural society in our country, and yet we have more guns than we have people in the United States. I sat on the state Senate floor below 4 men with AR-15s and full tactical vests who I promise.
During her junior year at Notre Dame, she won a public design contest for the 2018 version of the Mazda 3. Oh, that's right. She does come from like car manufacturing. Like she's like a car engineer. I forgot about that. What if we give them all supercars? I bet she'd be in favor of that plan. Like everyone gets like a transformer, like a personalized Bumblebee or Optimus Prime to keep them safe.
You wanted me dead. That is not the world that I want to live in. The goal, yes, is let's have multicultural societies where we're not attacking each other. I do start at that place. And
then why are you assuming all the Palestinians want all Israelis dead? Like, that seems like a bonkers like point of to start from, I guess. To just assume genocidal intent from Palestinians.
And I want to make sure that I go in recognizing that I would have a responsibility. I have a responsibility today as a state senator to check my personal beliefs at the door sometimes and make decisions that are in the best interest of protecting as many people as possible.
And do you think the Iron Dome is in service of that?
I would love to get to a place where it's not needed, period, for anybody.
Okay.
I would love to live in a world without guns. Okay, but like, that's like, we're dealing with like the actual on the ground reality. Like, the on the ground reality, and as it pertains to this particular political situation that we're talking about, the Iron Dome effectively operates as a way for Israel to carry out genocidal action without any kind of like response that they have to like endure. And what that does is it annihilates any need for Israel to actually engage in any kind of diplomacy with, ostensibly what is supposed to be like a duly elected leadership for, the Palestinian Authority or what have you, right? Like, instead of doing that, they just do whatever the fuck they want. And like, what would solve this would just be acknowledging the situation as it exists and advocating for an end to apartheid. But Mallory McMorrow seems to be too cowardly to do that, right? Like, and I gotta be honest, it doesn't seem to me like it should take a whole lot of courage to advocate for the fundamental humanity and the coexistence of two different groups to be able to come together and like have equal rights and have representation within a democracy. This doesn't, to me, seem like an issue that demands courage, and yet she's running away from it as if it is something that requires a great deal of sacrifice from her, and I don't quite understand why. But again, this is why Abdul El-Sayed is like the best candidate in this election.
Do you believe Israel has committed and is committing a genocide?
Yeah, we went through this on our campaign. Based on the legal definition, I've said this, I do believe that it meets the definition. What I also heard in response from many of my constituents who had family that they lost in the Holocaust is there is such a personal, visceral reaction to that word that moves us apart from each other. And
but Okay, but also, can we acknowledge though that like genocide hasn't happened only one time in human history? It's happened in a lot of different places to a lot of different groups. Happened to the Armenians, for example. And like that's not the only group, of course. You don't even have to look that far afield if you are in America. Indigenous people were for centuries targets of an ongoing and pervasive genocide, and to this day in a lot of different ways as well. And so like this idea that like, oh well, some of my constituents didn't like me using a term that is actually correct. Okay, that's too bad. I like it is infuriating to me. Like it's infuriating to me because you are taking what you are saying, well, this is a genocide technically, but a lot of people didn't like it when I said that because it made them feel bad about like something, they lived through or their parents lived through or their grandparents lived through. But like there are a lot of other people to whom genocide has happened and has impacted their lives currently and through generations. And to say, well, it's technically a genocide, but I don't want to use that word because it makes some people feel icky. I feel like that takes away from other groups of people who've been the targets of genocide. When you refuse to accurately name something, when you are too cowardly to actually accurately name something, that to me takes away from other groups. It devalues
Don't
them.
talk to my colleagues' donors, or my donors' colleagues ever again.
I mean, it really does feel like that, Sake. It really, really does. Weird for her to take this stance even without the AIPAC money. Exactly. That's kind of why I'm like baffled by this. Like, I totally understand acknowledging like a constituent's pain and like difficulty processing genocide happening in 2026. I get that. But we need to be willing to use accurate words to describe atrocities. Oh, is she taking J Street money? Interesting.
And when I believe that most people in both the Jewish community and the Arab community and people who are not impacted want the same outcome, why would we spend our time debating whether or not you agree with the definition of a word and recognizing we have the coalition who wants the same thing? How do we keep them together?
I think that the definition is important because of international law, and we're seeing right now the Trump administration and, frankly, the Biden.
J Street, in some circles, seems to have less association with, or seems to have like a distance from like the main Israel lobby represented by AIPAC. But in some cases seems to be coming across in these primary elections as like AIPAC, but without the baggage. And so I'm not entirely sure about, it's less tainted as a brand compared to AIPAC. But I have to be honest, I don't understand where Mallory McMorrow is coming from unless like there are similar strings attached when it comes to J Street money. Or, Forlorn 79, you could also be incredibly correct in that it's just a pervasive element of liberal Zionism at play. That it could just be something like that, and it will take time for liberals to take to catch up to where us enlightened socialists and leftists are.
Administration was also a part of the degradation of international law and the rules-based international order. And, there was a Quinnipiac poll from August 2025 this has probably increased since then, that 77% of Democrats, over half of independents, believe that Israel is committing genocide. Don't you think that it's important to articulate that just to support international law at a time when the foreign policy of the United States
FASC-ating how she calls it the Arab community, when Arab is one of the biggest othering terms Zionists use to dehumanize Palestinians.
I also found that interesting. It not super interesting, but I was wondering why she wasn't talking specifically about Palestinians. It seems like a way to distance yourself from like the constituents who are like most directly affected by what is happening. But I also think that there is an element of exactly what you described, you know?
and by extension Israel is might makes right.
I think it is important to listen to everybody that I would be asking for faith and trust to represent, and to build the coalition that we need to hit the same goals. There is no doubt that war crimes have been committed. There is no doubt that the pain and suffering at the vast expense of our taxpayer dollars, Matt, to your point, that we continue to pay for this, needs to end. And I want to keep my people together at a moment when so much of the emphasis is on how to tear them apart.
Yeah, I don't mean to be pedantic. I really, really don't with like the genocide label. But I think to me, identifying it as a genocide is important to, like Emma said, give an internationally understood and legal label to what is currently happening to a group of people. And to me, like anyone's feelings about that word, I think are not.
I love Matt. What an excellent individual. Like, hell yeah. Thank you for bringing up exactly what was in my heart.
As important as like recognizing what is still happening to people right now, which is a genocide under international law, you know?
How does your family feel about it? How are those conversations going?
Well, you know, it
depends on the family
depends on
member.
the family member, and it's tense. But ultimately, I assume you're asking that because I'm Jewish, and you'd be right for that, because it's especially intergenerationally, it's a tense conversation because people have different levels of Zionist indoctrination and also differing sort of proximities to the Holocaust and the timeline. But I think though the difficult conversations that are happening within my family are less important than the reality of what is happening to the Palestinian people.
So we've had those same conversations. My husband is Jewish, and though I'm a step removed, there are certainly really, really hard conversations, to your point, among generations, within families. I respectfully disagree, and I believe the responsibility of a legislator, somebody who represents, I'm asking for the trust to represent 10 million people in a very diverse state that is a purple state that could very easily go to the Republicans. My greatest joy in this job as a legislator is when I get to help people one-on-one and when I get to be a part of their story. And keeping coalitions together is hard work. And I believe we can respect international law and the ICC and have a legislator who respects their stances and understands that in order to move forward to the goal that I think all of us on this call share, is to keep a state like mine together and to not let this issue tear people apart. Because if it...
What do you mean? We can't let this issue about people being genocided tear us apart. What the fuck do you mean, lady? Yeah, I'm working really hard to bring people together and not allow this tiny pesky issue of genocide rip us apart. Are you kidding? Like, you don't, like, this is a criminal level of nuance, okay? Can we just acknowledge, like, this level of nuance should be illegal, all right? Like, I don't think it's difficult to be anti-genocide. I like full stop. And the vast overwhelming majority of the people that you are running to represent in the Democratic Party believe it's a genocide. And if you're sitting there and you're effectively saying like, oh, well, I couldn't possibly, we got to keep the coalition together, guys. This coalition between, people who believe it's a genocide and people who don't believe it's a genocide and people who think it's just kind of icky if you call it a genocide. We got to keep this coalition together because we have to respect everybody. And I'm like, I don't have to respect people who don't believe that there is a ongoing genocide happening when there is years of evidence indicating exactly that. Overwhelmingly. Like, I don't have to respect people who are engaged in apologia for genocide. In fact, I think morally, you have the opposite incumbent upon you.
If we let it tear us apart, we get Mike Rogers. Trump gets a win. And there is no love lost on the other side of the aisle here, with an administration that allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to convince us to go to war with Iran.
I think, because we're still in the primary, especially, like I'm pressing, Democrats a little bit more on this because we're not yet really talking about the general. And,
God. There's a loud contingent of centrist Democrats who blame issues like Palestine as causing them to lose. She sounds exactly like them right now. I mean, I think she's like a slightly left, centrist lib. But like that's not what's going to win Michigan right now, Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And Media Breakdown, thank you for the $5 super chat. What is this?
You are lying. I never hit you. You are tearing me apart, Lisa.
God, it does feel like that. I feel like I'm being gaslit by Tommy Wiseau.
Say that it's more important to keep the coalition together than to sort of fracture over this one issue. But I don't know. I think for me, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic at all, I promise. But sort of when I look at what a candidate like Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed is doing around this issue, it doesn't feel like we actually have to abandon dignity and actual justice for Palestinians to keep that coalition together. I mean, like we said at the beginning, you guys are all...
Wait, so I learned in the US what's Jewish is different from Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, Jewish is someone who is connected by blood, moms, obviously, or dad, and the two parents. In US, can anyone become Jewish by accepting anyone can become Jewish by accepting the faith? No? I mean, it depends. Depends on, like, what kind of, like, Jewish faith you're trying to join. My understanding is that, like, bloodline does still matter when it comes to whether or not you're, like, Jewish ethnicity, of course. But it does take a long time if you want to convert to Judaism. Like, it can take years. I'm not Jewish, so I'm not familiar with the process. I do know it requires you have to go in front of like a kind of like a court of rabbis and get their like confirmation. But it takes work. You can't just it's not like converting to Christianity where they just like baptize you and you go with God. It's not like that. You gotta put in the work.
Neck and neck.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think we need to either. And that's not my goal at all.
I guess, you know, we on this topic, we've exhausted it a little bit. But you also have groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the Israeli organization itself, B'Tselem, calling it a genocide. So I read that out just because I think that when we're talking about
Also, everyone should support the work of B'Tselem. They do incredible, incredible work. Been a big fan of theirs for like several years now.
how to keep a coalition together, the 77% of Democrats that think Israel's committing genocide, the 90% of Democrats that do.
Ethnicity is not synonymous with lineage. You do not have to be Jewish by lineage to become Jewish by faith. Once you become Jewish by conversion, you are Jewish. Interesting. But once you become Jewish by conversion, you're not. Are you ethnically Jewish? Because I was making the opposite point. I was saying, like, you can convert to Judaism regardless of your ethnicity, but when we're talking about ethnicity, there's a difference between like religiously Jewish and ethnically Jewish. You become ethnically Jewish once you convert? Interesting. There are some fundamentalists that say only people like in the mother's lineage or the father's lineage can be Jewish. I guess it, like, again, a lot of it really depends on like what branch of Judaism you're talking about, I guess. I guess if I was bullied by my Russian schoolmates and called a Jew for looking different than them, I qualify. I genuinely have no idea. Oh, Clamjammer 1980 has some insight. I converted. You have to go to Hebrew school, learn enough Hebrew to read your Torah portion for your conversion, plus a lot of cultural study as well. Then you have to have a mikvah, which is like a Jewish baptism almost. Then you have your mitzvah, and then you're Jewish. Your DNA doesn't change, but you're fully Jewish after that. Okay, cool. With most Jews, once you're in, you're in. Neat.
Do not that are have a negative view of Israel or don't want to send them more money.
Thank you for helping us learn today, chat. I appreciate it when you guys are helpful. And when you guys meme.
That would, I would imagine, be the position that would be as unifying as possible, because it appears like this is kind of a consensus opinion now within the Democratic base.
I mean, I hear that it's...
And I mean, like, there are different Jewish ethnic groups. Like, that is a thing, but if it's, like, permeable, I don't know. Yeah, like, there's definite discrimination against, like, Ethiopian Jews. Obviously, you'll find conversations about Ashkenazi Jewish folks. Like, there's a bunch of ethno-religious groups within the Jewish umbrella.
If you mostly convert, but you don't fully convert, you become Jew adjacent, or Jewish.
Isn't that a joke from Spaceballs, Sake Tanuki? You've had that movie on the brain lately. Oh yeah, the Bayat Din, the three rabbis. You ask if you can be Jewish twice, they say no. Then you ask a third time, and that's when you have a deep discussion. They say yes or no, but usually yes. Cool. Drewish was Spaceballs. Gotcha.
Reflective in polls and reading polls and asserting how campaigns should be run based off of polls is not a way that you win in a state like ours.
Jewish people absolutely practice Judaism in Eastern Europe. Alex, they absolutely practice Judaism in Eastern Europe. It's not all about blood.
And Matt, I hear that you don't want to
Well, it's
talk
both
about
polls
the general...
and morality. Both polls and international law and morality.
And talking about morality, Trump put out an AI-generated video of Trump Gaza and has told us we cannot afford daycare, we cannot afford Medicare, we cannot afford Medicaid. And not only that, but that states should tax themselves even more to pay for those selfish things so that we can pay for a war that he took us into because Netanyahu convinced him to do so. And every single Republican in the House and the Senate refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. So I agree. You'll find agreement. And I live and serve in a deeply purple state that has to focus on November. And
Man, I really feel like she got into an uncomfortable position, redirected towards Donald Trump, and is just like, if you please stop asking me these questions, we're in a deeply purple state and I have to win, and I can only win so long as you don't talk about genocide to me. Like, truly cowardly, really. You know, like, I've covered politics for a long time. People respond very well to strength and confidence, and running away from an issue like this speaks of neither of those things. Truly terrible.
Rogers and the tens of millions of dollars that will be funneled into this state, because it is a coalition of as many people in the state as possible. You don't win in Michigan without independents. You don't win in Michigan without Republicans. So it is keeping the Democrats together, keeping the Democrats engaged, keeping our diverse communities together to recognize we have the shared goals. We do. And it's hard.
Do you think she realizes how unimpressive she's coming across at the moment? Like, do you think she like recognizes like how unimpressed everyone is?
Hard work, and it's work that I'm in every single day. So
Yeah.
hopefully you see there's not disagreement here, but it is the work every single day in keeping our people together so that we don't lose a seat to somebody who would rubber stamp everything Trump wants to do, who will certainly not end this war or secure security for Palestinians anytime soon if it were up to him.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up. I know you probably have to run, busy day running a campaign. I think neither of us would argue that like every Republican is doing all of this and worse, much worse. And none of us would argue, in favor of anything Trump is doing. I just think especially, during a primary season when we are, being given the chance to put our what we think is our best Democrat forward, that we're, pushing you on some of these issues, because I think something that I'm sure you've heard is that a lot of Democratic voters feel like we have an establishment that isn't fighting sufficiently.
And I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
This is a party that's not meeting this moment, not only on this issue.
The complete lack of self-awareness. We have a Democratic Party that's not meeting the moment. Not only on this issue, I can't. How is she real? How is she real? I have never seen someone crash and burn so hard in what this shouldn't be a difficult topic. She's running in Michigan. She needs to have an answer for this that doesn't piss everyone right the fuck off. Like, this is maybe the most softball chamber she could possibly be in, and they're just like giving her softballs and trying to like, okay, so you said that, but you haven't really answered the question. So what do you mean? Like, what about this? And like, she's still like slipping and sliding, like sideshow bobbing around, stepping on rakes. It's crazy to watch.
But on voting rights, on civil rights, on childcare and healthcare and housing, there is so much at stake here, which is why I'm doing what I can. I believe truly that We built a blueprint in Michigan, in the legislature, when we flipped control of the legislature for the first time in my entire lifetime, that we can take with us to Washington and build a party that knows how to fight and knows how to win and knows how to actually get things done for people.
Totally. And I just want to mention, like, you know, as a New Yorker, I got to rep my city and, you know, push back on the idea that we have to make these sort of like middle of the road concessions on some of these issues, especially like a humanitarian issue. You know, we had Mayor Zoran Mamdani, who just won in my city. And, you know, 1 in 10 Mamdani voters also voted for Trump. There was a small but mighty MAGA for Mamdani coalition, and you know what? It's confounding, but that's, I guess,
Amazing.
It's amazing. It's how the world works, and you know, he's someone who really didn't concede on his beliefs on any of these issues. So of course, I would be remiss if I did not encourage you to do the same. Mallory, thank you so much for joining today. I really mean it. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you to you both.
Cool. And
wow. She truly does not have the sauce. Like, oh my god. You know, let's just take a quick look here at the recent polling for Abdul al-Sayed. Here we go. This one. Yeah, like, I don't know, kind of makes sense that Abdul al-Sayed is, like, leading the pack by quite a bit, and McMorrow's in last place. You know? Like, this has been shaking the entire Democratic establishment to the core, by the way. This particular breakdown right here. Among 18 to 44-year-olds, al-Sayed is at 80% support. At 80% support among a cohort of people that is basically all millennials. Like, millennials and Gen Z are, like, overwhelmingly breaking for al-Sayed. And, like, what this really indicates to me is that millennials and Gen Z, and hopefully Gen Alpha behind them, right? We're all gonna do, like, some solidarity building, and we're gonna shatter whatever is left of this establishment. Because, like, this is going to get worse for them as time goes on. But we have a real possibility where this particular midterm, and, like, the midterms and the general coming up, can be, like, the beginning of shattering that establishment power. 18 to
Watch the intro to
44.
that vid. It's even more wild.
Watch the intro to that vid? Okay. I will. Yeah, it's 18 to 44. Like, not 18 to 24, which would also be a normal age range. 18 to 44 years old. Stevens has 4% among that cohort. McMorrow has 3%. Like, it makes me hopeful for the future, is what it does. Now, let me pull up the beginning of that video real quick.
It's how the world works. And, you know, why do you support funding to Israel's defense infrastructure?
Because I don't think anybody should live in fear of being bombed or killed. I would look at...
I mean, we saw this part. Oh, God. It is very funny. Everyone getting an Iron Dome is objectively hilarious. but it is made deeply sad and troubling by the fact that she said it unironically. No wonder she's at 3% with my generation. Anyway, folks, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And folks, get involved with your local political scene, all right? Join your DSA. If you don't got DSA and can't get one off the ground, join your local Dems. Help take it over. Take it over. Kick out those corporate goons, those corporate fucks, those Mallory McMorrows that live in your neighborhood. Kick them out. Kick them out. You can do cool shit like stop AI data centers. You can do cool shit like kicking ICE out and those 287G agreements, all right? Get involved. We need people to get involved on the grassroots level, the ground level, because, folks, we gotta start doing more cool shit. It's not enough to just know what the correct things are. We need to start building the kind of political power that we can use to crush our enemies. I know that it sounds cringe and gross to do things, but we do have to build the political power to utterly destroy both the fascists that are currently in power and the corporate Democrats that would sell out our futures. All right? We need to build that power by hook or by crook, And that all begins with us getting involved and going to boring ass meetings. And, knowing people, getting to know your community, getting to know the people who are also standing up and doing stuff. That's an important component. And it doesn't mean we're going to agree with everyone all the time. It doesn't mean we're going to find a perfect movement of any sort, but it does mean we have to start building that coalition that does cool shit. And I think we can all start in our different communities. All right. If you need help getting started, we can get you started. We got folks in our community who have years of experience organizing in working communities with DSA, and also folks who have years of experience organizing progressives within the Democratic Party and stopping really bad conservative Democratic ideas. So join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help with your local DSA. We can get you started on this. And if you don't want to join Discord, you can head over to riverboat.gg. And you can usually find one or both of them in chat during stream. All that being said, folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie. And it's non-tucking, which is really fucking cool if you know anything about lingerie typically designed for trans people. So check all of that out. Link should be down in the description. And let's keep on going. Oof. Let's see. How many Barbies can I fit in the non-tucking parts? Depends on how big of a panty you buy, I guess. Saggy complete. Well, Legalized Ranch, DSA's goals vary chapter by chapter. Each chapter is kind of its own entity. So if you don't like ending prisons and prison abolition, you can help form a chapter that isn't necessarily on board with that. Politics is what you make it. But DSA is decentralized specifically to allow for disagreements like that.
This might be worth putting in the edit.
For anyone who hasn't been following recent left-wing political Twitter drama, or who doesn't keep up with the iconic drag queen Lady Bunny, who posted about said drama on Instagram, this has been a long time coming. Allow me to explain. After I interviewed Dr. Abdul El Sayed, a progressive candidate running for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, his Democratic primary opponent, Mallory McMorrow, reached out to me saying that she would like to be interviewed. I was honestly a little surprised by this, given that Mallory and I have some key policy disagreements. In her race, Mallory is running on the standard Democratic liberal Zionist position of, two-state solution, fund the Iron Dome, but Netanyahu bad, but also no sanctions about it, etc. She's also not running on Medicare for All. But I wanted to do the interview so I could ask her about those positions. Her team and I set a date and a time for the interview, and after I submitted a topic list, which included healthcare and foreign policy, they canceled and offered no time to reschedule. I will say, and I don't want to assume intention, and I'm willing to be wrong, but I do kind of wonder sometimes if, because of how I present and the fact that I'm so open about who I am, that people just think I'm like the gay guy, who will talk about gay things and not much else. And not to be too like Sex and the City about it, but I can't help but wonder if they reached out to me thinking I'd just asked Mallory about like her LGBT record, But in any case, I tweeted that I was disappointed that her team had canceled, and the tweet quickly got traction, and within a couple hours, her team reached out, and her schedule had opened back up, and we were back on. So, I don't know. Maybe an honest scheduling error, maybe not. Make of it what you will. I had my good friend and host of the Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, join me for this interview. Love her so much, and without further ado,
I do think that is almost entirely exactly what happened, right? Like, I bet someone on Mallory's team didn't even bother to, like, watch his content and, like, saw just, like, the thumbnail of the Abdul El Sayed video and was just like, oh, gay. You know who good with gay? Mallory McMorrow. Time to gay it up. And then realized, uh-oh. We walked into a lion's den here, boys. Time to get out of here. Time to skidoo. God. That is deeply funny. I appreciate the additional context. Maybe if we maybe we could get the edit in here. All right, maybe we'll try and do it. See what we can do. Whoo! Very funny. A gay lion's den, indeed. Make the skadoodle sound. I don't know what the skadoodle sound is, so I'm just gonna do. That's my skadoodle sound. I don't know if that's correct. Good night, Lady Raincloud. Get good sleep. Wait, Medicare for All is very popular. Medicare for All is a very, very popular idea. Yeah, it depends on how you ask the poll, but like if you ask the poll, it's popular. Like, I don't know. Like, that's kind of true for everything. Like, if you ask something in a deeply unappealing way, it's going to be less appealing. Even if it's objectively a good thing. Do you want somebody to cut you open and take out your heart while you're still alive? And a bunch of people will stand around you staring at you
judging every crevice of your body. Do you want that? Do you want them to do that? Well, they poke and prod your insides with various metal tools. Oh, yeah, I bet one of them might even get off to it a little bit, too. Oh, yeah, that dirty fucker. Oh, yeah, that guy's a real freak. Do you want that to happen to you? A lot of people are going to say no. But then if you're like, it's open heart surgery, and if you don't get it, you're going to die. Well, that kind of changes the decision-making paradigm, don't it? Bernie Sanders literally wants to do that to me? Hell yeah, brother. Let him do it. He can handle it. I trust him. He was a carpenter. It's basically the same thing. I came back at a weird time. Yeah, you did. It's funny how establishment Dems are still going with the I'm in a very purple district excuse for being worthless corpos when we all know the Dem swing is going to be plus 14 or some ridiculous number. Yeah, we've had some districts going by like 20, 30 points. Like, very clearly, if you just run as a progressive, it's insanely popular in this country right now. Like, hot diggity damn. All right, folks. If you haven't yet, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and remember, hit that follow button. Click the goddamn buttons.
I am once again asking you to open your heart to me.
I am once again asking you to open your heart to me. And you can do it now, because we all have Medicare for all. You dumb bastards. Took you long enough. Anyway, click the goddamn button. Bernie Sanders Vampire Hunter? Oh no. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click All right, folks. Thought I'd break out the hair before we wind things down for the night. It is very late. I need to go to bed, snuggle up. But I've been going for 5.5 hours. I do hope you all enjoyed the show today. It was a good time. I made it through not all of the content I wanted to get through, but quite a bit of the content I wanted to get through, which is wonderful. We'll try and do we'll try and be just as efficient tomorrow as well. But do remember, tomorrow we will be covering Spirit Science's Atlantis video. So do come prepared for some truly insane shenanigans. We'll, of course, talk a little bit about politics and before we get there, and possibly cover some additional things that I have already on the docket. But all that being said, see you guys tomorrow. Bye. You ain't going nowhere? Ho, ho, ho. Dodging the bullets. Ho, 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 ho. Also, Raiders, hope you enjoyed your stream and hope you come back tomorrow. Bye.